Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Drock Show with Mom Piece.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Hi there. Kaido, you're officially a mod now. Yeah, hey, guys, we might be in a small garden. Thanks for the follow, not an Eldritch God. I saw your first chat the second you joined, and immediately was like, that's a great username. Love it. This is the new Mom Piece VOD. Well, I guess it's not a VOD yet because it's live, but it will be the new VOD. Well, it'll be edited. I don't post it. It's the new one. it's the new thing. I immediately dropped my pen. Oh. Hi, everybody. People missed you. We took a week off because there was a family wedding. That's going to happen sometimes. We can't do it every week. Just how it is. Also, I didn't realize Alabasta was so long. We're going to do that in 2 episodes. I think I said previously it would be 1 episode. Okay. Hello and welcome to the Drock Show. Welcome back to Mom Piece. This is going to be a crazy one. Talking to you on the phone, because we do conversations on the phone leading up. You are on some crazy shit. Like, we are going to be talking a little bit about Little Garden, but I think we're going to the cork board pretty quickly, huh?
I love how you call it the cork board.
The cork
I'm
board
not a
is the term.
I'm finding serial killers. Yeah.
Yeah, people are wanting you to reintroduce yourself. You should do an intro each time. I'm a talk show host. That's the whole channel. I don't need to introduce myself. Do you want to reintroduce yourself to the people, to those who are just joining us?
100%. Hi, we've decided that I'm going by Mama Drock. And I am happy to be here. I'm a teacher. Some people were wondering why I was all into history, even though I teach philosophy, theater. I do teach some psychology sometimes too. This year I'm teaching psychology. But I also have a history major. It's one of the things that I majored in. I majored in a few things. And history is a deep passion of mine. So I cannot tell you how much I am enjoying this story, just because clearly Oda is also a history nerd. So he's putting in some phenomenal Easter eggs that I am absolutely enjoying getting into.
So you're double major history and English, minor in geography, and then nearly a minor in theater, but not quite?
No, I actually did another major in environmental education.
Oh my god, didn't realize. And then you were nearly a minor in theater, but there was some specific credit you needed that you didn't have?
Which I didn't need to do because I also had years of practice in the theater, and so yeah. I was good with it. Yeah.
So effectively, 3 majors, a minor, and then nearly another minor, and then experience in that field. And I would say all of them are relevant to One Piece. Granted, One Piece's geography is a little bit different than ours, but if you think about it geographically, I think you have a lot to take away throughout the series. So you were coming in with a very relevant background, I think, especially with the extra education you've done for philosophy to be able to teach it.
Yeah, philosophy is a really good one for this one, but I've quickly learned, like, you can have all the information in the world, but something that I'm lucky about is figuring out what information I don't have. And I think that that's what's been the key for me to get to have more fun, is suddenly being like, oh, you sneaky sneakerson, I need to do a lot more work around like mythos and meaning, especially since I have a kid in my class this year. We often get kids here from other parts of the world, and we often have Japanese students. But I asked them to do a thing for character development in theater, and they had to pick what flower the person would be into as one of the things, and then tell me why they thought that flower fit the character. And this Japanese student was absolutely flummoxed that I would ask her to pick a single flower, because flower has so much meaning. And then she finally just couldn't, and she picked 3, and just off the top of her head, she knew the meaning of all of them. And I said to her, is this a common thing? And she said, yeah, you would only give a bouquet of flowers to somebody in Japan where the meaning all meant something to who they were, or why you were grateful, or what they had done for you. And I was like, oh, I'm not digging in too deep. I'm not going deep enough.
Absolutely. You basically have figured out that you are reading from a culture that cares more about symbolism, an author who cares in a special amount about symbolism. So my accusation is that you're overreading. Now, granted, I think there are going to be places that you accidentally overread, because no author can manage to make every detail mean something. However, I think overall you're on the right track by reading into everything.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying the cork board, but every time you say it, all I think to myself is maybe I should get a cork board.
Get a cork board, get your push pins, get the red yarn.
I'm going to want a few colors of yarn. I can't believe anyone would stick to a single color. Each one has to have meaning and connect to one thing.
That, like, that's basically already been how you've approached, like, the fucking 2 pages, or was it 6 pages? The pages of dragon dialogue you've been diving so deeply into, you were like, I don't need to look at this. I know the lines. I know what he says.
Off by heart. If you stare at something long enough, yeah, you'll memorize it. No problem. I didn't know I was memorizing it. I was just like, I want to look back at it and stare at the look on his face and be like, I see you, dragon. And then as I was doing that, I went to look back on it to get a specific thing that was said that Roger said. And then I was like, yeah, no, I don't need to do that. I know what it is. I've memorized that page. No problem. I'm just second guessing myself for no reason.
Yeah. Should we get into Little Guard?
Let's absolutely get into Little Garden. I freaking loved this place. Little Garden was fantastic. The bad guys were badding. The good guys were gooding. Things were weird. Fantastic. Let me go into my...
Yeah, we arrive. It's our first summer island, an island that's always warm. It's a tropical jungle. Immediately there's dinosaurs. Sanji and Zoro challenge each other to a hunting contest to hunt the biggest dinosaur. There are giants here. Baroque Works has followed them. There's a lot going on in just 15 chapters.
There sure is a lot going on. So I'm going to go to the beginning of it because I was busy being on a Laboon page.
I think a lot going on describes a lot of One Piece. I heard an explanation for what One Piece's pacing feels like, because it feels like it's so long that you can't imagine yourself getting closer to the end, but it always moves quickly. So I've heard it described as a cheetah on a treadmill. You don't really think you're going anywhere, but you're going fast somehow anyways.
That's a phenomenally accurate, awesome description. I'm going to borrow that, stick it in my hat, and use it on my corkboard. Okay. All right. I'm looking off here, taking a look at where they are. When we first get there, I love the way in which you're like thinking that the things that are big are just the animals, and then anything that you run into are going to be these normal sized people. And then the piece where Nami takes out the book and you realize that no, the animals aren't big. The people there are big. Chef's kiss. Stunning. Like, that was the perfect way to do that moment.
The giants are a great reveal in general. I love the scope of Little Garden. I also think it feels like the first real island, because Whiskey Peak was like this stop point, this waypoint on the greater adventure. Little Garden feels like the first Grand Line island they're really showing up on and adventuring, and I think it being so bizarre and otherworldly is really important to selling what the Grand Line is. You have this island of dinosaurs and ancients and jungles. It just feels like a really appropriate introduction to what the Grand Line is supposed to be.
And you're given kind of a great little introductory thing where you know it's going to be something more as soon as they're excited to see the dolphin. And then it actually turned out when the dolphin got near them, it was just this absolutely monstrous creature jumping over their ship. So you're like, oh, what are we coming up to here? And once again, they do that cool thing where they have them sailing into the island rather than just pulling up against the shore here. Mm-hmm. The same way on Whiskey, we had the piece that went through. You suspected that it bisected the island and went right through, right?
Yeah, I think that was your suspicion because I didn't remember that in any detail, but you did.
Yeah, and then in this one, same thing. They actually go up the river, which attaches to the ocean, and I love that because then you can have these massive jungles on both sides, just like absolutely surrounding this small ship as it goes up the middle, and it gives it that majestic feeling that it needed. Makes it feel like cozy and creepy at the same time.
There's something very fun about the Mary seeming this like 40-foot long or 60-foot long ship seeming so tiny in this giant jungle.
Yeah, 100%. So then we go in there, they're walking around in their happy littleness. And of course, again, Luffy decides, yeah, we've been on the boat and safe too long. Let's jump off into the danger zone.
Well, you got it, don't you?
Yeah, he should have like this week. I'm gonna make his theme Highway to the Danger Zone.
I feel like
Every
that's a
time
good
dude
theme
gets
for
somewhere.
Luffy a lot of the time.
Every time he gets there, I can hear the theme playing in the background, and then he's just like, "Woohoo! Let's go danger."
But
I love
importantly,
the
Luffy's right
yeah
that they needed to leave and figure something out because Little Garden's log post takes too long to adapt to.
yeah. It was a little surprising to find out it was a year. You're like, oh, that's gonna make things convenient. But I have a theory already about that we'll get to when we get to my cork board.
Ooh.
And I have a new theory about that. So, yeah, we'll
Mama
come back to
Jock's
that later on.
corkboard corner is that's a new segment because we're gonna do theories at the end of each episode. I think the new segment before we reach the normal ending segments, there'll be one big one beforehand. That's Mama Jock's corkboard corner.
Yeah, when you get to come down into the hole with me, come on over here. Let's have a look at all the crazy directions I've gone. And the way that they introduce Brogy the Giant as pushing apart the trees as if they're blades of grass and he's peeking through. And then the very first thing that he says to them is, "Do you have any ale?" And you're like, so you don't have to worry about deciding what kind of a character this is going to be when he starts with, "Do you have any ale?" And they're like, "Yeah, we have a little." And he said, "Oh, you do have ale?" Love the humor moment. He was so excited. He was like a child. I was so happy for him. I wondered though, I don't know what the lifespan of like a regular human is here, but then they said 100 years isn't that long. We have 3 times the lifespan of most humans. And I was like, do humans live here long? Because 100 years is long, even if you're only living for like 260 years. Like 100 of it is a lot.
One Piece's lifespans, first of all, I mean, in Japan, lifespans tend to be a bit longer, so that tends to raise things. But also, humans in One Piece do tend to live a little bit longer. I don't think that's a spoiler, but there are characters who live longer than people in our world. It's not like a huge difference. It just is a difference.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I do like that we immediately got there, but I think do we want to go in order, or can we just be crazy beans who go all over the place?
I think we should go in order. I think we should try our best to go in order. Let's again do it section by section. We'll do like the build up of the island, then we'll do Baroque works are involved and it's a fight now.
All right. You're mean. Here we go. Okay. The reason that I'm wondering though is because I mean, let's just take one little moment for him getting bitten in the ass by the thing that looks like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. As if it was a bad dog that came up behind him and he just bisects his head off. Good God. It really lets you know the type of power that these have. And so talking about going in order, when we were looking at Mihawk, my main man, and his strength, I immediately, as soon as I saw him bisect this dinosaur's head off, I was like, I would love to see what Mihawk looks like on this island. Like, what would his power be? And I wanted to compare this giant to Mihawk immediately. And then when we later find out that there is a reward for these two and how high the berry reward would have been, because if we're talking 100 years ago, I don't know what the economy is like in One Piece. But
yeah, we don't
think
actually have any confirmation. We have no confirmation about inflation. I have seen theorists talk about these bounties to be like, has there been inflation? Would these bounties be worth more today? People have questioned this. You're not the first one.
Yeah, and I shouldn't be the first one. It's an important question because you're already saying to yourself, like, okay, is Mihawk on the same level as these? Because if you're telling me that you think right up until this point that Mihawk is still maybe at the top of the food chain, then I'm wondering right away, so are these giants also at the top of the food chain?
What I find interesting, and I have seen people consider that, yeah, these guys might be at the top. I've heard it, I've seen it said by people before, and I didn't consider it for a long time, and then I heard people say that and was like, oh, are they? Are they? Like, they were greatly feared giant pirates back in the day. And the government clearly was upset about them enough to put this big bounty on them. Like, oh, okay, maybe they are a big deal. The thing with bounties and power scaling that's so interesting is once someone agrees to become a warlord, their bounty's frozen. So while bounties are already not a great power scale, they're like a vague hint of threat, which sometimes is power, sometimes, who's more of a nuisance? Who are we? Like Arlong's bounty was lower than it should have been because they were trying to make him not look like a big deal because the things he was doing were being hidden by Nezumi. So they're not a great sense of power, but they're something. And with the warlords, we don't really know because their bounties got frozen at some point, so we don't know what they should be.
So sometimes they don't have any idea what the power scaling is on that or what the reward should be. Regardless, if you have the giants who are demanding that high of a price already, you've got to put them up there near the top. You just do.
Mm-hmm.
So you start to wonder whether or not we're talking about, are they at the same level as Mihawk? And you're like, oh, and then when you get the little stories that come from their past, when they're talking about the way that they were raiding islands, the way that they were moving around, then you also are wondering because they're moving around in the Grand Line where there shouldn't be able to be that easy of movement between the places, and yet somehow they were moving place to place with ease and raiding. That would talk to a higher level of power as well. So I'm putting the giants up there.
I will say I reject your statement, not an Eldritch God. I don't think saying I've seen people consider that these two might be near the top of the world's power level as a spoiler. I've just said I have seen people consider that. That's not a spoiler.
You don't think it's
not
a
even
spoiler?
Not a spoiler. That's not even not a spoiler. I don't even need the not a spoiler counter to go up on that. That I think is fine to say because all of what I've heard people use to say that is context from this arc.
Yeah, it's funny, and I was thinking about this earlier. I'm on the outside of the One Piece community. I don't get to talk to people directly. The only one I get to talk to about One Piece is you. Mm-hmm. And I'm in like my own little vacuum of One Piece kingdom. So when you guys have that, have these kind of conversations, it's my tiny little glimpse into what's taking place with other people having conversations about One Piece, because I don't know anything, can't look it up, can't read, can't engage in conversations, and I'm just off on the side. I did find out something I could do though.
What's that?
You'll find out later. We already kind of talked about it a little tiny bit, so I could tell you where I went, and I think you gave me the world's largest eye roll. Okay, so let's move back. Of course, Luffy jumps up to the top of something that looks like a brontosaurus's head because, of course,
why wouldn't he?
I really love this area with all the volcanoes on the pieces because it almost kind of feels like early Japan. Since Japan was made out of hot spots and had so much volcanic activity. So even though you have, I know for most people, just, dinosaurs are everywhere. We have different dinosaurs in different periods. Kind of felt Japanese to me in some way. It was kind of interesting that I felt that, because then when I looked up the mythology of giants in Japan, it was talking about how there's a couple that are especially leaned into, but in one of those giants whose name started with a B and had a D in it and kind of had a similar sound, so it almost felt like the two giants kind of put together. Right. And it felt like he split them up. They were talking about how they would either be responsible for volcanoes or would make some of the mountains bigger and then create jealousy amongst the other mountains. And I thought that was a really kind of a neat little crossover there. I'm looking back at this weird page. I love it. I do love it. But where we meet the second giant, I like the way that they decided to do it. Have him bisect his neck off and have Luffy pop out of a neck hole. Like, first of all, but second of all, yes. But whenever they kill an animal, I'm immediately like, oh, no.
Giants gotta eat.
Giants gotta eat. The giant's getting Luffy out. And I appreciate it, but it's Luffy. So he'd probably just punch his way out of its belly anyways, or come out of its mouth and steal a couple of teeth to make something out of.
You're not wrong that Luffy probably could have solved that problem on his own. It just would have taken a while and been actually probably more brutal, although the thing probably would have lived actually. So,
Yeah, he absolutely, I imagined him crawling. When I saw the dinosaur eat Luffy at first, I was like, that sucker's gonna crawl out its throat, steal a tooth, and then use teeth as a way of climbing down him afterwards or something. So whichever way, I wasn't worried about Luffy when he was swallowed up. But I did think it was a great way to meet Dorry, and I love Dorry. Like, I like them both. and I don't know why I like Dorry so much. There is another Japanese giant that's a pure skeleton, and I kind of look at Dorry's face, and he almost has that skeletal look, like despite the fact that his body is nothing but muscle and he's huge, he almost has a skeleton face, which I thought was an interesting choice.
Huh.
Yeah, really weird face, but I like him. He might be my favorite. And I like that the way that they meet and decide to hang out with each other is when the little volcano goes off. I think that's kind of a cool little piece to have between the two of them. So we talked about this earlier and about how I don't like stories where there's no downtime. So I really appreciate it, even though it doesn't give you as much to talk about when you're having a conversation. I really appreciated this little downtime where we let our characters sit with the two giants in two different camps so that we split the people up and each person could have their own conversations, but also so that we had this downtime and got to find out about the island in a slower way.
I agree. I think it's something that this part of One Piece does really well is that each island you get this sense of exploration and hanging out when you arrive at a new island. Actually, I don't think that ever stops. I think just as the arcs get longer, that's a smaller percentage of each of them.
This person has a thing in here. I came in to see where you were going, and I'm so excited to see where you're going because I love this part of the story. And I saw a person who asked how I felt about Mihawk meeting Shanks.
They haven't seen episode 2 then, because that was absolute. That was, you were incredibly hyped in episode 2 about that scene. It's what I drew.
Yeah, they need to get to go and watch episode 2. I'll shorten it and let you know there was nothing about it that didn't make me giddy for days on end. And every time I think back on the moment, I'm just like, they're friends, which always makes me which always makes me wonder, like, what level their friendship is, how high that makes Red Hair Shanks, and what they have going on in their friendship, because there's clearly more to it than just hanging out. Definitely go and watch that episode. I think I gush about their friendship.
Even in that scene, distinctly, Shanks is like, hey, I'm not really up for a fight right now. I'm kind of drunk. And Mihawk goes, you're not worth fighting since you lost your arm anyways. So they definitely, there's a thing there.
Yeah, exactly. And now I want to just know to what level that is. You know, like, to what level does their friendship go? And, you know, do we have one of like the giants level of friendship, or is it another equivalent to that same type of thing? I don't know. But let's go off here to Dorry, because Dorry gave me some spoilers. Thank you, Dorry.
Big high shit. You're figuring things out from Dorry, huh?
Well, Dorry gives you spoilers, right? So he talks about how in his village we live by a code. When there's a dispute, neither side will yield. The god of Elbath. Is it Elbath?
Elbath. It's Fable backwards.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Decides the matter. Our God protects the one who is right and lets him live. Blah, blah, blah. I started some trouble and now we're here. And I was like, it isn't a theoretical God that Dorry is talking about. He's not like this theoretical God we don't see, who may do things, but may not. Instead, he is talking about a tangible God that they could A, look at, B, have conversations with, C, be a part of the life of. And I was like, thank you very much, Dorry. You've changed my perception of gods in One Piece now. So Dorry added up to something that I was already thinking about with gods, because I've said it before that Usopp has a feeling like in traditional indigenous stories, he's got the feeling of being the human of the bunch, which I said I thought was weird. But the more that I got into the story, I was just looking for hints to make me know whether I was on the right path. And I was like, oh, I'm on the right path, Dorry. I see you.
I genuinely don't remember Dorry saying that, but I think you are also, you've been hyper aware of moments of referencing divinity that I didn't notice at all. Like, you pointed out Sanji and Zoro having a conversation about divine intervention in Logtown that I truly did not remember happening. So I think it's curious that you're noticing a lot more references to divinity than I remembered being in the early series.
Well, because whenever I'm looking at a story, the way in which that people worship or the way in which they look at a higher power often tells you a lot about the mechanics of the place that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm always looking for kind of like spoiler alerts in the way in which we're finding people have spirituality. And so we've had a couple of mentions that were in it throughout. And this piece here was the moment that I decided 100 million% that I needed to read the story as if Luffy wasn't just an interesting character with interesting people, but that Luffy was like the quote unquote farm boy, the trope of the farm boy who starts off as an average person, but ends up being, the magical, the godlike, the wizard. And I kind of already had that feeling, and I mentioned it, I think, in the last piece.
Mm-hmm.
But this, because of Dorry, I was like 100%, 1,000,000,000,000,000% high five Dorry. It is for sure that gods are down here. So it is totally possible that Luffy is a god in this farm boy thing. And then we'll go to the corkboard corner in a minute because that took me down another new path. When I realized what I didn't know, I was like, all right, we're going to need to look some stuff up inside the world of Japanese myths and legends. So then we went down that afterwards. So once Dorry did that, and I made that decision for myself when we went forward, and then we get to go off and watch their battle. I love the moments in One Piece. Like, I think a lot of artists when they're drawing things, but especially I can't imagine if you're doing a manga and you're trying to do them in these little scenes and trying to give perspective of size. What a phenomenal job Oda does of having the two giants meet to go over and have their battle, but walk through the forest to get there and give size perspective, because it was just like a delicious thing.
Oda is phenomenal at scale. I think, like, I truly have not read a manga, and like Attack on Titan, it's literally the entire concept of the series is things are big and scary, and yet despite not being my favorite action artist, I think Oda does scale in action incredibly well. Like, you feel how big everything is.
Yeah. Okay. So I had that, especially because he did this one little neat trick, and I just found the page so I can talk about it because I was like, where the hell is it, Oda? Where Luffy falls back and the person that's with him, Miss Wednesday, thinks he's unwell, and she goes, "Oh my God, what's wrong?" And what's wrong, Luffy? Too big. Too much. He just falls back because the sheer size of the two of them is just too much for his mind to comprehend. When you're blowing Luffy's mind like that, when he doesn't conceive things or take time to think about things, and therefore that's why it doesn't usually, things don't scare him, because he goes headfirst into action without any thought. When he thinks long enough that it knocks him on his ass and makes him fall down, you're like, oh yeah, well, that really tells you a lot about the scale of these people. So that was pretty cool. That was a really neat trick he played. Okay, so now let's go over to, is it Kukor Island in the Grand Line? Cukor?
Ooh, I do not remember this.
It's like an island where I don't know if it's just bad guys. I'm looking in the background and I couldn't determine whether it was just bad guys, but it's where we meet Mr. 3 for the first time. With what's-her-face. They're on vacation on this weird island that from a distance kind of looks almost like it's like all Las Vegas and every all-inclusive vacation place all rolled into one with some big truffle tree-like thing on the front.
Luminous, our mod, is saying that it's a spa island. I forgot about this, that they weren't on Little Garden originally, that we saw them before.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but I'm going to go with Kukor, and if it ends up being very wrong, that isn't a problem. I already asked you because he said, you can't beat Earl Grey right away. And I was like, do I need to be concerned about the fact that he's saying things like English tea or Earl Grey? Is that a thing that I need to put any focus on? I've already got a lot of shit here on my orc board. I need to know whether or not these have to come out.
And to my knowledge, it was just a need to translate a tea into a name, and English didn't have a name for those teas that didn't involve the real world.
I would prefer if he was drinking Lapsang Souchong, but he's not, so we'll go with it. So we meet number 3. and his companion, and he tells her to quit calling him his name in public. Try to enjoy these moments between assignments. Only we officer agents get to go on these luxury vacations. So I think it's regular people on a spa island, but it had me wondering, like, what is the channel in this system of the Grand Line that's allowing some people to easily make it when they need log pose to this spa island? Like, how does that fit?
Curiouser and curiouser, isn't it?
Yeah. So then I started to ask, is one of the powers of Baroque work that they're able to, that they have a different ability to move between the islands? Because then when you're looking at my cute little otter and his vulture friend, and I have vultures out my window all the time, so I admire his vulture friend. When you're looking at that, then it's able to move all over the place in a much different way. And also later on in the chapter, sorry, what?
Kaido is pointing out that apparently we've already introduced eternal poses, which are log poses that are permanently locked onto an island.
We did, but that's what I was wondering. But I'm wondering if they have more movement. All the agents of Baroque works have better movement between places, because we also found one outside the Grand Line that's on a ship and wrapped around a mast right now being questioned. So I was like, how'd it get there? So I think that they have a different level. On an interesting note, when you finally see, so you see Miss Golden Week, the officer agent of Baroque Works, and Mr. 3, the officer agent of Baroque Works, on the top of his head, it's easy to just look at it as a 3. But then when
or a wick.
and a wick as well. But I also think that it's part of the Om symbol, which is not only in it's in many Eastern religions, including Buddhism, the Om symbol, which is a triad symbol. And it's a symbol that has a lot of different meaning. And I did find something somewhere that talked about how when an Om was broken, that it disbalanced and created kind of an evilness. It meant that you only had the evil side of the things of Om, or the darker realm. And if you looked at his eyebrows also have that same swoop and meet in the middle and then come back up, which is part of the Om symbol. And then his nose area would be the dot. So it would be an upside down Om symbol, actually, which has 3 types of powers in Sanskrit and in Buddhist. But it has I'm just trying to look at it, the triad, 3 worlds of earth, atmosphere, and heaven. Thought, speech, action, 3 qualities, goodness, passion, and darkness. So he would be missing things like goodness and only have passion and darkness. You see what I'm saying? So he would get the 2 of the 3 things each time, which would be kind of ironic. So I thought, not only is it wick, not only is it 3, but it is a very, very similar shape to the Om symbol. And then when I saw his eyebrows doing the exact same part, I was like, that could be. And so I decided, if it could be, it will be, because I like it.
All right, so we have decided it's intentional symbolism.
You're welcome, Oda. Oda listening to this being like, I mean, maybe, but
I'll take it. Sure.
And in the end, the superior criminal's greatest weapon is his brain. They'll soon know the price of defying the organization. I like how he called himself the organization, as if everything else was just an organization. Okay, let's go back into battle. The fight between the 2 of them, I liked it. It was a good fight, the first one. I think it better just showed how they have to fight until they're all out of energy. I think the most important thing that their fighting does here is we're talking about Usopp just coming into this point where he needs to feel like he's a manly man and that he hasn't lived his life in a great good way, and that he needs to person up and become better. And so I think one of the best things that this does is it's foreshadowing, because Usopp is so enamored with these giants, so enamored by their honor, because honor is something that he hasn't had for so very long. And he's still being himself, but he's trying to build his honor. And so when he watches these people fight, he is triggered in this like huge way. And I think that's pretty cool because, well, first of all, it foreshadows. I now know for sure we're going to meet their god. We're going to go to their place. we are going to go to their island. We have no choice because Usopp is obsessed. And so we have to be able, and he says it like, I don't know, it's over 4 times or 5 times. I looked back and tried to figure out how many times Usopp gets all bizarre. And it's 4 or 5 times that he mentions it. He talks about how he wants to go there. And then near the very end of this arc, he says to, I can't remember which one it was, I will go to your homeland. So once he does that, it feels like a pact between him and the giant. And so now I know that I'm being foreshadowed that is definitely a place we're going to end up.
Alrighty.
Okay, so just had a lovely...
Let's add a running prediction right now that the crew will go to Elbaf.
Oh, they have to.
All right.
There's no choice. Because let me look here what Usopp is doing right now. He's basically falling all over himself, fawning all over these 2 giants.
We just had a comment I want to address really quick because it goes into something else, which is... someone said that I should have an emote of you in front of a corkboard. I don't know if I can make that work, but I have a plan to do something similar. But there will be a Mama Drak emote. The only thing that's been keeping me from making one is that she hadn't decided how she wanted to be represented, and people were asking her to make a Sona so that she could have fan art drawn. Do you want to describe the little avatar I'm going to be making you? Or
yeah, but do I want to do that before or after I take them to the corkboard?
You know what? That's fair. Let's do it after the corkboard corner. But just so people know, there will be emotes coming for her because we now have something to make them from.
Because after I went down my little corkboard place, that's when I decided what I wanted to be.
All right.
Yeah.
So we continue. The Dorry and Brogy fought. Baroque Works has been sent on their way. They've been like, this is what they get. We'll show them what they get for messing with the business.
Now, this is the part where she says, now's the chance we can get away. Come on, Usopp. And he says, incredible. And then he starts seeing all the things they've been through. They spend like 6 panels going through Usopp, just thinking about what they've been through, and then talking about how it's like each of them has a flag on their chest that says warrior. And the flag means more to them than their very life. So it's their treasure. And so I thought, this is when I knew, like, I'm kind of really looking forward to it. And I'm hoping Usopp has a chance to work on his own character a little more prior to him going there, because I would be sad for him if he went there too early, because I'd want him to be a better version of what he'd want them to see him as. So here's my hope on that one.
Okay.
Rock it out, Usopp. Moving on. And then they fall down on the ground, and you got to love it because they say 73,466 battles, draws. And then 73,466 draws. And so they fall until they're in complete exhaustion, which I was wondering too, like, how do they decide when not to fight anymore? And I guess you just fight until you can't lift your arm, and then neither of them can lift their arm, which is, I guess, one way to do it. I was very sad they blew up his face.
You were sad they blew up the guy's face. Shocking. Yeah, like, what a weird thing to be sad about.
I just was like, no, it was such a nice moment between them. Couldn't you have done something where he didn't suspect that he had been sabotaged and had somebody do something without honor to him? Like, you know, the 2 of these people having Dorry's face blow up was just like, oh, no. I don't want him to think that his friend blew up his face, and I don't want him to think that Luffy and his crew blew up his face. But the one good thing that was really great there is we got to once again find out that I think that Luffy is leveling, not just through fighting, but something is taking place because Luffy is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Because when he fights against Dorry, I mean, the only way that Dorry is able to stop him from doing anything is because he puts a freaking mountain on him, which is deep, but fairly effective for a while. But even then, it wasn't effective for long enough. If you put a mountain on me, I'm going to tell you what's going to occur. I'm going to die.
To be fair, you're not made of rubber.
And I'm not going to be able to get back out. So
the rubber doesn't help with that, actually. The rubber doesn't help with the getting out, just the not dying.
No, exactly. So the not dying is all rubber, but we get to see some of Luffy's strength, because if we're talking, and I'm already thinking in here, wondering what level the giants are in comparison to my main man Mihawk. I was watching him fight the giants and being like, am I learning about the giants' power level, or am I discovering that Luffy is increasing in power level?
Interesting.
So that is a thing that this was interesting for. It's funny how many layered, sneaky, straight in your face things that Oda puts in here that just seem like you're just watching something, and then when you stop, because I read this, then you put it aside and you let your mind perseverate, and then little things bubble to the surface, you pop the bubble, take a look at it and go, oh wait, and then you pull it apart for a minute, and then you're like, oh yes, sneaky sneakerson. Because now I had that question, like, am I watching Luffy gain in strength from being in the Grand Line, or am I finding out that they are not near the top of the food chain? I've already decided.
Okay.
Yeah, we are watching Luffy level up, because when we go into Corkboard Corner, that's part of that. So
okay, I'm excited. You have I want to know. I want everybody to know. I talk to Mom and Drak ahead of time. We have phone calls usually for the 3 days. We'll have a couple phone calls a day in the 3 days of advance of an episode. And over that time, I kind of get to percolate, think about the reveals she's come to, the conclusions, and then I know how to hype you guys up. I know how to guide the conversation a little bit. And whatever she's cooking is significant enough that there are parts of it she wasn't willing to tell me because she wanted my reaction to be live on air. That's this. She is confident enough, not necessarily in being accurate, but that she's found important pieces. I think the way you put it is, even if you're wrong, you think the evidence you have is relevant and meaningfully put together, so you think you're on the path to something valuable anyways, right?
yeah, well, what I've determined is, I didn't want to know if I was wrong, because I wanted to continue to investigate it, and I didn't want to feel like I would be pulled off the investigation or going down that area because of a reaction. And I didn't want you to feel like you had to fully temper everything and be like, because there's only so many noises one human being can make. That don't give everything away. And so I decided to not say anything. And I went down some of it with you today and said, okay, here are some of the things that I'm thinking, and here's some of the ways that it could be. But I didn't want to go right into it, because I was like, yeah, let's have this conversation on air in case I come to a conclusion, because part of my thinking is out loud. I'm a person who can perseverate a little bit in their head, but it's the talking out loud that really gives it juice.
I still think it's worth noting that there is something different just off of the fact that you haven't told me everything you thought up and wanted to sit on it a bit. So I'm excited to get to the corkboard. I am curious to see you put the yarn together.
I'm curious too.
There was a point you reached while talking today where you were like, no, I'm going to save this part though.
Yeah. Okay. So then we go forward. That is when they realize that there has been a bigger problem with the island, and that they have people on it who are being big bads. And we get to see the wax house, which I didn't even pick out was wax at first. I was just looking at it and didn't even bother to look at the fact that it has a drippy exterior and that the poor little dinosaur tried to eat it and couldn't get her done. So I was like, I really didn't pay attention to that at all. I was excited to see Mr. Five back, only because of his sweet, sweet style.
Mr. Five got the drip. Like, I think if we're making the One Piece fashion tier list, should that be one of the tier lists we do on tier list day after Alabasta?
I mean, I don't mind that, because there is some costuming in here, and costuming matters. The way in which you dress somebody matters. Also, because all the people in Baroque, as I was noticing them, Baroque works. A lot of time, the bad baddies have things that are from the Edo time period in Japan, and the Edo time period crosses over at the same time period as the Baroque time period in Europe. So I thought it was a really interesting thing that a lot of the big bad baddies had parts of the Edo culture in Baroque works. I love that little crossover they got going on there.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved how he could build this secret little house showing up in the middle of nowhere. People come in dripping in every direction, but he's trying to be so cool, and yet you can tell that number 3 just has that much more power than him in the way that he was like, you didn't know that's a childish excuse. We're professionals. To lose to an enemy and leave corpses lying around is like announcing our existence to the world.
I do love how Mr. 3 takes this shit seriously. Like, he shows up and you get a different vibe from him. Like, oh, this guy takes pride in what he does in a way the other agents we've met do not.
Yeah, he's a very different dude. It's like we haven't met number 4 though, right? And we haven't met number 4's partner.
We haven't met number 4. We haven't met number 6.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the other ones. I'm just wondering where the transition is now, because transitions, it turns out, are important. They're part of timing as well.
You watched most of live action, so you know what happened to Mr. 7 off screen.
I do indeed. I do indeed.
We are aware of what has happened to Mr. 7.
Okay, let's move forward. This is where we find out that Dorry and Brogy have that huge price of berries on their head. And that's like, my God, 200 million for the two of them. That's insane when you consider that you've got like Luffy in East Blue just before he left got what, 30,000 berries on his head?
30 million.
Sorry, 30 million. So 200 million, that's right, it was million.
Yeah.
200 million for 100 years ago. That's impressive.
Because we don't know what inflation was like 100 years ago, but even today, that means the two of them are worth like, oh boy, 20? How many times does 3 fit into 20? About 7 Luffys.
That's crazy. So this is when they give away the fact that there's something else going on, that some people have movement that others don't, because it says this wanted poster is 100 years old. Once there was a band of giants who ravaged the seas, burned towns, terrorized the world. You can't do those things if you don't have freedom of movement. You just can't.
So it is this arc where eternal poses are introduced, right?
100%, but those aren't eternal poses only allowed to go to one area?
Yeah, so if you wanted to sail the world, you would need to have a bunch of eternal poses, or have a navigator really good at trigonometry and have 2 eternal poses.
Exactly. So, but even then, that's pretty honking to have that kind of power and ability. So I was like, yeah, there's a lot more going on in there that I'm going to dig into once I have more information. So I've just put it in the back of my brain to start grabbing information around that to create sort of a theory on it. And then a little creature, even though and it's interesting because in Japanese culture it says Dorry the blue and Brogy the red. In Japanese culture, blue is new, the way that green is fresh, new, springtime, etc. That would be blue.
It's also generally the bad guy color when opposed to red. Red tends to be the good guy color.
Which exactly, but that's also interesting because blue has a very specific meaning, which I then have decided another thing about. Yeah, we'll get into that in a minute.
Oh, right. I remember your blue thing. Yes.
Yeah. And then we go back in, and when they're going through the forest, I love the idea of an evil dude being able to use wax figures of each of the person, because when you're looking at his house or his lumpy things or whatever, and he's calling himself an artist, you're like, meh, those aren't really artistic. The ability to completely build a whole ass human and have it trick someone good enough that it tricks somebody, yeah, that's impressive. And this was the other part where if I hadn't have been sure yet, now I'm positive that gods are just a thing that's right there. Okay. I am the warrior Dorry. I cannot disgrace the name of Elbath. And I was like, thank you very much, Dorry.
Why did that make you certain about the existence of gods? I'm curious.
Because I look for the repetition of ideas, right?
Okay.
So they talk in chapters earlier. There's a few things about divine intervention. There's a few things mentioned here and there. But then in this one, they talk about their god of Elbath. And then Dorry is so committed. He's bleeding. He's leaking all over the ground. He thinks that his friend might have been complicit in sabotaging and not fighting with honor. And yet he won't give up his honor because this god is so real and prevalent to him.
There we go.
Prevalent to him right there in the open. Yeah, it's the beautiful thing about talking live is your mouth is going to work part-time.
Hey, the beautiful thing about edited videos is I will cut that part out.
Or leave it for everyone to be like, what the hell? So because it's that important to him, it's that real to him, that I was like, you wouldn't have nearly that level of commitment if a god wasn't something that you actually had to face and be accountable for what you have been and what you have done. And so it really made me feel like his forcing himself into a battle after having somebody dishonorably hurt him and make it so that he wouldn't be able to fight as well really made me believe that there was more to this god.
Okay, so can we add on to the theory list that you believe there are prevalent, extant, physical deities in the world of One Piece?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. There just is.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're putting it out there. Gods is real. They're here.
And Usopp's not one of them.
Okay.
And never will be.
What? You feel the need to specifically say that? Why is that?
Okay, well, that one is kind of a cheat from earlier on in conversations in my very first conversation.
Because you saw people in chat, yeah.
They said Usopp is our god, and every time they would use the word our. And then I thought to myself, once I decided that gods were real, my brain repercolated that people kept saying Usopp is our god. And I was always like, why are you calling me your god? That's weird. But once I determined that gods were real and that became canon for me, then I thought about the term our and realized that they were saying as people, Usopp represented them. So
I want to say this right here is the reason that she is not checking in on chat as often anymore, and we have a mod now who's adding banned terms to keep as much external information out of the predictions.
I'm no longer looking at chat today because your illustrious wife put a thing in there that said "get the hell out of chat," and I hadn't been looking at chat, but I came back into chat and was about to say something because I like to look at your picture every once in a while. I feel like I miss out when I'm looking at the comment.
I think taking in to look at the picture's okay.
Yeah, and I do, and I still am, but now I just blocked that side of the screen off for me, and I'm like, that doesn't belong to me anymore because I saw your illustrious partner be like, "Stay the hell in the chat." I was like, done. And I always specifically look for her because I know she will be honest.
But we're still
I don't
spoilers, chat, because a lot of people
ruined.
I've had a lot of comments saying that they're going through the series with this, that they've gotten back on board, they've gotten on board because of live action, or they've just had this recommended for no reason, watched it, and loved this enough that they've started reading One Piece because of it. Genuinely, we've had comments like that, so we're still going to be keeping chat as spoiler-free as we can for all of those lovely people.
Yeah.
So I'm trying.
So I want people... The other thing is that when people are watching this, if people are going to stay up late or get up early or take time out of their day, I don't want them to not be able to have open conversations and chat. So I'm just comfortable coming in, taking a look at where the art is going. P.S. Love where the art is going.
Thank you.
And then I can dip out back into my notes.
The safety zone. I'm still going to keep the rule, but I think it's still safe in case our mod doesn't catch something. To be careful.
I don't want to know things, but if I see anything, I file it away somewhere in my mind and it comes out later.
Yep.
I didn't know I was doing it until this whole God thing came up, and I started to think about how many times I had seen people in chat say Usopp is our God. One person put it in caps. Our. Not Usopp. Not God. Our. And that's the one that tipped me off. I was like, oh.
You are analyzing chat with so much fervor.
But I'm not. It was there. And so my brain is like, why would you capitalize our? And then I was like, Usopp, you never become a god. I'm sorry, friend, but it's for sure. That's canon now. But you will get to meet a god because I know you're going to that island. It'll be fine.
All right.
Okay, let me go over to where we're at now. I would lose my very self. To lose your good name is to lose your very self. Yeah, more and more, the more this giant is telling me how important it is to live up to his reputation and his honor. And don't get me wrong, because Japanese society has a lot of work around honor. I don't think there's anyone who's ever even like moved by Japanese society peripherally who wouldn't know that honor is important. But his level really just feels like he has something very specific to live up to. If I'm wrong, I really want to make sure I'm super vehement about it, so it's super wrong.
Okay. So you are doubling
here we
down
go.
on that.
And then you go this. This is the judgment of Elbath, the god of war. Divine protection was not with me. God's divine protection. What's that got to do with anything? Would you give up your life just because the gods wanted you to? No, I'm sorry. Everyone is way too sure there's gods. I'm moving on. I don't even have to defend that anymore.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Back into the conversation when they're talking about the bomb doing serious damage to his stomach, and they're having all these conversations. As for the small fry who've learned our boss's secret, we can lure them into the jungle and pick them off one at a time. I wasn't even concerned about this. Like, I found like this battle to me was just going to be a vehicle for me to find more information about stuff that was going on in the world.
Okay.
I don't know why I wasn't worried.
About the fight with Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, Miss Golden Week, and Mr. 3?
Yeah, like they talked about, you know, we're going to do this and we're going to do this and we're going to pick these small fries off. And I was like, yeah, it's not going to happen. I'm not even concerned at all.
The vibe is very much, at the beginning of it at least, you guys don't know what the fuck you're biting off here. This is the fucking Straw Hat crew.
Precisely. So I think this chapter was almost like a gift to us where it was like Oda was giving us a little nod, like, yeah, you want to watch some fun stuff happen and get these guys taken down a notch or two. And I was like, hell yeah, let's do it. And so it was kind of a gifty chapter in that way. But the real gift and the reason that I chose the picture that I chose was Sanji. That was the real gift to this entire thing. Because Sanji goes off into the woods. He sees some stuff. He gets lost. He goes around. I already talked about these fake humans, so I don't have to go back into that. And then he ends up going to the home, the little wax hut in the forest.
I think it's fair to call it a house of wax because that's funny. Oh, real quick, I missed a sub recently that I meant to thank, but it has vanished. It has slid by so quickly. Dog McRuffins. Oh my god, that's actually a very funny name. I love it.
If
Dog
a person's
McRuffins,
name
it's the Prime
Dog,
sub.
that is an amazing name.
Hey, just so people know, we're actually really close to meeting our threshold for the first payout. So if anyone has a Prime sub they're not using, great time. So helpful because all of these subs only mean something if we hit the payout threshold.
Okay. So, and then they're fighting. That was actually a really hard fight to watch when you know that he's that hurt. Plus, he just fought Luffy, and let's be honest, Luffy, not the time to fight someone. Plus, he just fought Luffy, and then to watch the two of them have this fight, knowing that he's not even telling him that he's been injured or that he's eaten a bomb.
Yeah.
It's funny to just say out loud. Every once in a while, you're talking about One Piece and you're having these conversations, and then you say something like "eating a bomb," and then you're like, "As one does."
Every once in a while, you realize what you're describing. Oh my god, we have so many subs coming in. Thank you all. We have gifters gifting to people anonymously even. That's incredible. Hoplite Narmi. All right, had to break it down. Hoplite Narmi, thank you so much. But yeah, every once in a while you describe something happening in One Piece and you just go like, what the fuck am I doing? Is this what happened? Oh yeah, no, the giant ate a bomb, and yet he's willing to go to his, like, afternoon duel to the death anyways.
Time to go duel to the death, but you just ate a bomb. Teeth are missing, your internal organs are moved around. True enough, but then there's also my honor.
Kasudakai, thank you so much for the sub. It's... people are pointing out that they are more Viking inspired than Japanese. And I think
they are.
like that's something that you definitely pointed out when we talked on the phone, that you acknowledge that. But I think it is also worth noting that Japanese culture of honor, I think, is relevant to how they act. Because honestly, like, Viking codes of honor are usually more just like, hey, dying in battle is good, so you shouldn't be afraid. So it does fit in, but I feel like there is some level of Japanese honor culture with how they're written as well, which makes sense. It's a Japanese author.
And I totally went in and looked up all the Viking ideas about giants, of which there is a gazillion. PS.
Oh yeah, they got so many types.
The Japanese have a few, but they don't have as many different ones. The Japanese also had an actual freaking giant person, and he was in these videos they had from late World War II that were fascinating. Oh, before I forget.
Thank you, Dragonland.
I also wonder if this camel moment of Luffy in the SBS, or in the, not the SBS, in the chapter
the cover art?
Yeah, the camel has got his straw hat on. They're all without water. I'm like, is this a thing I need to think about in the future? Is he telling me something of where we're going to go? I thought we already did a desert place. Does this mean anything? Come on, Oda. How big of a corkboard can one person get?
If you are committing to the corkboard, you see the draw corkboard behind me where I put all my lovely art. You're gonna need a bigger corkboard than what I got for sure.
I gotta see it. I gotta see your draw corkboard.
Yeah, if you come into chat here, I'll lean away so everybody can take a look at the lovely background corkboard. This is my corkboard. It's not for theories. It's just a streamer background.
Hey, you're dressed up.
Oh yeah, I am dressed up. I thought it'd be fun to do little cosplay outfits. So I'm a closet cosplay Zoro today.
I love that. Are you going to do a different thing every time?
I am, but I'm not going to say what I'm planning on in case I can't find the right clothing for it. So no, you're gonna need a hell of a corkboard to make this work.
Dang it, I do need a corkboard. And more, I got to tell you, every single day I'm like, I'm holding out, I'm not buying the comics, and then the manga, and then I said, yesterday I said out loud, just want to own them.
I mean, wait until you reach a point that you can buy a box set, because the box sets are way better value.
Okay.
I have box set 1 above me on a shelf. I don't want to lift up my webcam because it might break it. Box set 1 you will reach when we do our recap episode. That's the end of box set 1.
Yeah, I think I have to. I'm getting to the point where I need them in my world. I need to be able to open them up. I need to,
Fair.
Yeah. And I just got to plug out there in the middle. I found myself selling One Piece again to people, and I caught myself partway through. I was chit-chatting to somebody, and then I realized that I've been hyping it up to a number of different people, and so now I'm officially a One Piece pusher.
Welcome to the club. It's going to be so hard because live action is happening now, and you're going to talk to people your age who are like, hey, yeah, I watched the goofy Netflix show of that thing you like, and you're going to have to resist every time the urge to be like, okay, yeah, but the manga's even better. You need to read it.
No, I haven't resisted. Somebody said they saw it. Like, oh, I saw this thing and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah. And then I was like, rein it in. And then I was like, the comic is so much better. I mean, this is really good. Blah, blah, blah. And then I was off and running. And I was like, oh my God, I'm pushing hard.
It does this to you. It's not. That's what I try to tell people, that it's not me. It's One Piece.
Oh, I tried so hard. In the end, it doesn't really matter. It dragged me in, and I'm now a full freaking One Piece pusher.
It turns you into a drug pusher. It's so powerful.
Oh, it's OPP. Interesting.
Overpowered piece. That's great.
One Piece pusher. Never thought about it. Oh well. There it is.
Oh my God, we got a hype train going. This is crazy. Holy shit, we're 78% of the way to a hype train level 2 on our first ever hype train. Wild, bonkers stuff. You guys rule.
I love how I don't know what a hype train is, but I'm hyped about it.
Yeah, it basically means that a lot of people are subbing and using emotes and emotes from the server and all sorts of things like that. I don't know
That's
the
cool.
exact mechanics. I just see them happen sometimes on other streamers. I'm not bothered to learn all of the ins and outs if you can't tell.
You can't do all the things all the time.
So the fight, we're at the fight. You felt like it was kind of a gift because it was just like the Straw Hat slapping people around, but they do start to struggle. Everyone gets entombed in wax.
Yeah, 100%. But I cried when Dorry went down. So
yeah,
that was officially One Piece cry number 1.
You didn't cry during Nami's flashback?
No, when I watched Nami's flashback, I got like all choked up, wet-eyed, and I was like, "Oh, that is crushing," and I was so sad, and it was so deep. And I think if I had gone in with the information I ended up having about it, and I had done the research ahead of time, then I would have cried during Nami's flashback because I would have had all those extra pieces of information, right? And then I think it would have even been richer. But in this one, I was just like, so many years, 100 years of fighting with honor between two people who had become such good friends. Like the respect that they held for each other, the love that they held for each other, how fighting was and coming together was the thing that they would say would never never let the other person down because they wouldn't hurt the other person's honor. Right? You know what I mean? It wasn't just their own honor. It was letting down the other person's honor. And I thought he was dead at that point. I really did. So to have somebody die, and then I knew that the other giant was going to find out that Dorry died thinking that he had been duped by his friend. And I just thought, it just broke my heart for him, the idea that he was going to say he could never fix it. If your friend is dead, you can't go back and fix that honor. He dies thinking that you dishonored him, and that's what actually made me cry. And I was like, oh, and it made me so sad. So yeah,
I think that's fair. There's a lot of emotion in that.
Yeah, and there's time. Like, don't get me wrong. You know, every time they hurt an animal, I get teary. Anytime anything like that is going on, I'm gonna get teary. Even when they cut off the dinosaurs' heads, I'm like, no, no. But that one, I had tears come out of my eyes and fall down my face. Oh. Especially because look at how sad he is. And he says 73,466 battles. And then he looks at his friend bleeding on the ground and he's crying. And one victory. It's still making me teary. And he lives.
Jerks. Yeah, he lives. It's all good. It's fine. He's fine.
Jerks. And then immediately he gets imprisoned. And so that was the other thing. Immediately it crushes your heart because he gets imprisoned by the wax. And then you're like, yeah, now you're going to find out how your friend died. And you're going to find out that your friend thinks you dishonored him. And that was pretty brutal. I'm going to skip ahead for a second because shoving wax through his hands and feet might have been one of the grossest things I had to look at.
Pretty brutal. Mr. 3 is a menacing guy.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan, Mr. 3. I'm an opposite of a fan. Yeah. Blech. So then, and also the rage in which Usopp has here, the shaking rage. He wants to go and support them. He says, I'm going to find whoever did this and I'm going to kill him. And he's just shaking with rage. This was a real glow up for Usopp in here. Even though he didn't need to do much, he did enough that we understood what an impact this had on him as a human being.
And while he didn't do that much to help them, he is the only reason his friends survived.
Yeah.
Oh, so he did have a moment of heroism in this arc.
You're right, and that was very, very important. And the Ducky moment.
Karu and Usopp together, saving the day.
Yes.
Stringing oil on rope to save people.
Yeah. And that's after the Ducky got his face smacked around by number 5. Now Quack can call your mistress. Ugh. Number 5. You know what? Number 5? I'll remember that forever. Smacking around my little duck.
Kadu. So, as we talk about them being entombed in wax, I want to mention the Discord. The prevalent theory to what I'd be drawing this week was Zoro trying to pose cool in the wax.
Okay, so let's be 100% clear here. That was maybe one of the coolest things. And I'm just going to say another weird thing out loud. Maybe one of the coolest things I've ever seen is Zoro, trying to hack his damn legs off and then, I don't know what, drag himself across. Like, he reminded me of the Black Knight in the Monty Python Search for the Holy Grail. It's just a flesh wound. He's trying to hack off his leg. And then he's unable to. So what does he decide to do? Pose himself so he looks really cool when he's no longer alive. I was just so impressed. I don't know if it should be impressive, but it was so impressive.
Can I say something I read into for his character there, though? He doesn't need to hack his legs off, and why was it the wrong call? Because Usopp saved him, and I think it shows that at this point of the story, Zoro doesn't have that much faith in the crew to save him.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Because he doesn't wait. It's also the idea, though, that he has been working on his own for so long, and he didn't trust pirates.
Yep.
So he doesn't see that there would be honor in a crew of pirates, and so he doesn't have faith that they would be the ones who would help him. And plus, he's always worked alone.
Like, I do think at this point he trusts Luffy, but I think with Luffy being away and Usopp being the only one nearby, like, the only way it makes sense for him to be like, I'm going to cut my own legs off if it means I can escape, is if he truly believes he has no chance of getting out on his own.
Yeah, but he also didn't
getting out otherwise.
Just escape. He didn't really just intend to escape. He intended to fight.
Yep. And in that case, it's badass to be like, I'll do everything I can to win, no matter what it costs me, but it's also a little dumb if you consider your entire career as a swordsman being ended because you didn't wait to be rescued.
Yeah. But it also kind of goes along with like somebody being impetuous.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was a really important part of his character in there too, because then we can see a growth away from that later on when he learns to have faith in his crew. Because he will. And that'll be a nice change. Okay, so, yeah, not loving those weird peacock things coming out of her boobs, but whatever. Great fight.
Whose boobs?
Yeah, Wednesday. Miss Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Where she pulls those two weird peacock things out of her boobs every time. I'm always like,
she's the little spinners. She got little spinners. That's what she fights with.
In her boobs.
Yeah. Just little spinners. Where are you gonna keep your little spinners?
Not in my boobs. I don't know what to tell you. That's just not where. But I think they did a really neat thing here that you and I were kind of talking before about how there was a fight where they let everyone Arlong Park, and I forgot to tell people, yes, 100,000,000% Arlong Park was my favorite part of the East Blue.
Yeah. I'm glad I was right when I knew I'd be right.
Yeah, you were 1,000,000,000,000,000,000% right. But
Skeleton, now I couldn't even, no.
But now I can't even remember where I was going. Oh yeah.
A fight where everyone has something to do.
Everyone had something to do, and we got to see that everybody was important. But in this one, it was effortless. Does that make sense? Like, everybody was involved. Everyone's putting in effort, but it didn't feel like it was difficult for Oda to write them each a thing to do or a way to be important. Yeah. It felt like they were a crew, so all their abilities all just worked with each other, and it was effortless for them all to be heroes.
And I think Arlong Park has to feel a bit staged because they don't know each other well enough. It has to feel a bit dire for it to be natural for them to be doing all this together. Whereas at this point of the series, it just makes sense that they are it's an assumption that they're helping each other and doing what they can, working as a team.
Yeah, exactly. And it didn't feel like it took them a lot of work. Like, it already felt like we knew a lot of their backstory. We knew who they were. We knew some of their talents. We knew what they wanted to get better at. I already know that Usopp is going to become the tinkeriest tinker in Tinkertown. Just so to watch him be like, oh, just kidding, that's not a bomb, it's hot pepper. And pieces like that. It was effortless because he had built up those really cool backstories already. And so everybody had a place that they fit in and a thing they could do, and it gelled. And so this was the first story, I think, the first arc that when we got into a fight, I felt like everyone was just in it. And we were all fighting together and they were all going to have a role, which makes it even more interesting now that you talked about Zoro hacking his legs off and not trusting them, when they're actually working together in a phenomenal way. And this is the first time we see them like super gelled up. And he says, you know, and he has this lack of faith, but I think that we're going to have a big transition with his character as far as how he leans in and depends on his crew after this, because he's going to have noticed that they were the reason he lived.
All right. I like that prediction. So let's wrap up with the end of it. They beat the bad guys. Like you said, it's effortless. They work together. There's this great teamwork. They are moving on to the next island. This was the other moment that you gave me, because you gave me 2 moments to choose between for what I'd draw, and we both kind of just felt the other one was a little bit too similar in composition to last week, which is why I chose Mr. Prince over here. But the ending you really loved. Like you said, it was one of the things that got you thinking about the rest of the series in a new light, right?
Yeah, it absolutely did. So there's a couple of really, really great things about this ending, and we can go into some of the other pieces afterwards that helped to bring me into my corkboard in a beautiful way. But the ending was spectacular because it really showed something that I think is going to become very, very important with the whole Straw Hat crew, but especially with Luffy, is that when you create a friendship with someone and when you stand up for them and when you not only help somebody to achieve their dreams, but he's a remover of obstacles. He helps to remove obstacles in the path of other characters. And so when Luffy arrives at the scene, it's almost like there was going to be something keeping someone from finding success, because at the end of this scene, the obstacle of them having to stay there is gone, because technically one of them did fight to the death, but there was an interference. So really, I don't know if they have to stay there anymore. And I think people could have that debate. But in my world, you can go now. Your God's happy. But he removes obstacles in the way of other people's treasure and other people's goals. And then he, unlike Zoro, who didn't have the faith that the crew would take him out of there and was chopping off his legs, Luffy has absolute faith in the friendships that he creates. And so in the end of this piece, you have the 2 giants saying, like, no big deal, we're going to completely protect you. One of the reasons people often can't get out of here is because of this giant island-eating fish. I wonder how big that fish is in comparison to Laboon, actually. I'd like to see that.
Oh, God. I bet someone's figured out how big the fish is. Because Laboon is Hey, chat, figure out how big the fish is. Laboon is 400 meters long. We looked this up just before stream. Chat, you gotta figure out, how big is the island eater? Is it bigger than Laboon?
Yeah, because I'm wondering, like, how big is this thing that they're managing to cut through like that? Because that also tells us about power level, right?
Yeah, what's that move called? Like Ragnarok Sovereignty or something?
Yeah, which, come on.
Crazy cool fucking badass name.
Oh, yeah. Total high five name.
Obscenely cool name.
Yeah, I was like, did you name that? And then sit down, pat yourself on the back, high five over your head, and have a cheers? I mean, that's a great name.
The wiki says the Island Eater is 715 meters long, and it's also worth noting that it's much wider than Laboon. Oh, Ikaku Sovereignty. Okay. I misremembered it. Or was it translated differently in certain? I don't remember. Who knows? It's a cool-ass name. That's what matters.
Oh, there's 2 things we have to talk about. We can't forget. Number 1 is Sanji talking to Crocodile Head.
Okay, Crocodile. Yes, Crocodile Head.
I don't know why you can't get on board with this.
It's Sir Crocodile to me. I'm gonna keep putting respect on Crocodile's name.
You do you. I think Luffy would like my name better than yours.
Probably, yeah. He's Luffy.
So, I'm comparing myself to an idiot. I think the idiot and I are on this side. So number one is the badass moment that this comes from, where he's literally just chit-chatting to Mr. Crocodile Head, being like, yeah, NBD. I'm totally talking to the top of Baroque works. And I'm just comfortable.
Like, thank you for calling the shitty cafe or something?
Yes, it does. And you're like, holy shit, man. Like, this feels like a dangerous thing to do. And yet you're kind of Luffying this moment. You're going in with a ridiculous level of confidence and bravado. And just being cool. Yeah. And so he talks to him, manages not to give out information, and manages to compromise Mr. 3, which was a fantastic plan. By pretending to be Mr. 3, he allowed it to look as if Mr. 3 couldn't get the job done and was being too cavalier. And so that was just brilliant. He says, hello, this is Restaurant La Crap. Would you like to make a reservation?
Yeah. Okay, that's how they translated it. That's great.
I was here for that all day.
Oh man.
And then he goes, it's me, Mr. Zero. And so, you know, if you're actually Mr. 3, you would now be pooing yourself, but you're not, because you're Sanji. And Sanji gets cool like a cucumber and is just like, well, then in that case, let me lead you completely astray. And then he says, isn't Mr. Zero the leader of Vivi's enemy? And then he decides this is where his thing about being obsessed with women comes in, because he's not caring about himself. He's decided that he's going to make this be okay for Vivi, which falls well within his character. Have you accomplished your mission, Mr. 3? Yeah, 100%.
We did, yeah, doing great.
Yeah, everything is perfect. Thank you. Have you eliminated the princess? Yeah, totally eliminated. You can call off the hunt. Everything's good here. And so I think that this was a really, really cool moment for Sanji. It showed the type of person that he is. And he doesn't back down in the moment, because then he sends off. Mr. Zero decides like, and sends off my great good buds, the cute ass otter who's wearing a cheetah head, like, or cheetah suit, like an otter normally does.
Yeah,
and
common thing for otters to do.
Normal otter things. And then the really chillaxed bird of prey. And he just kicks their ass. I'm saying they're still alive.
Yeah, you're telling yourself that the vulture whose neck he broke has survived.
I am literally in this panel watching him break the vulture's neck. But he's still alive.
He's still alive, everybody.
I love them.
I should have added the broken neck vulture hanging out of the window here.
It's so sad.
Limply hanging over the edge.
He shakes it off. He's fine. Oh, that was close. My neck got really hurt there when it was spun 380 degrees.
Somehow he missed all my vital organs.
No, he's fine. So then Crocodile Face thinks that everything is all great. He goes, minions are replaceable. Are you talking back to me? No. I'll do as you say. No problem, says Miss All Sunday, being a Miss All Sunday, because Miss All Sunday is the bomb. And then we see my otter and vulture on the ground. They're fine. They're resting. They've decided to sleep because it's better for them.
Detective Bat in chat saying, luckily I went to yoga yesterday. Yeah, they're nice and flexible. Limbered up.
They've got a couple of hours they got to sleep off, and they're just going to lay there for a minute, and it's going to be fine. And then we see the Pilot's Pride, the Pirate's Pride, which you had to mention, because that's where Tashigi is on the boat. And then we find out Tashigi, and we find out that they are They have listening devices on their wrist, I might add. Like, how cool are we with a black transponder snail listening device? And we find out that they have captured Mr. 11 from Baroque Works, which is when I was like, oh, so they're still in the East Blue and they've captured someone from Baroque Works. Somebody came out to talk to Zoro. Zoro chopped off his head.
I thought they were in the Grand Line at that point.
Oh, we hadn't seen them go through the Grand Line yet, had we?
Well, I thought at the end of the arc, Logtown Smoker said, we're going to follow those bastards.
Yeah, they did, but I didn't know if they'd made it across yet. We didn't see their voyage, so I just didn't know if they'd got in there.
No, there is a reason we don't see their voyage, but yeah, no, they are in the Grand Line when they catch Mr. 11.
Okay.
I'm pretty certain.
That's fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Someone pointed out that I got a snail on my wrist. That's another thing where you realize the series you're describing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's got this little snail on my wrist. You think
you're having a secret phone conversation, but I have a black snail on my wrist.
Like one does. So Luffy gets to really lean into these friendships that he made with the giants. And I really like, and that's why I'm even more pissed off now in retrospect about the what happened with Zoro and Luffy over at Whiskey. Because it's ridiculous. Luffy would never do that, especially when you see what Oda did here, where he doubles down on who Luffy is and says, no, if the giant said do this, then that's what we'll do. There is one reason that you little people can't reach the next island, and you see the two huge hulking men in their capes standing at the exit that they had come down earlier. You risked your lives to defend our honor. Now, no matter what, we will allow no enemy to tramp on our friend's pride. Have faith in us and sail straight ahead. No matter what happens, sail straight ahead. And I'm not sure I would have. Sailing into the giant ass fish when you see the island eater in comparison to the size of the boat, because again, he did a phenomenal job of perspective in the frame where the tiny boat is still deep in the ocean, but you can see the hint of eyes and the fin rising out of the water in the front, and you get an actual idea of how freaking huge this damn fish is.
It is almost 2 laboons long and much wider.
Yeah, so that's like, how do you even think about that? But this, I think, is also where he gives away some of the strength of the giants, and where I was able to say, well, then I think that Luffy is at a higher power level and is getting stronger and stronger, because the giants are able to blow a damn hole right through this fish. So I think that tells you a lot about how high the power level is. And then you think about Luffy's fight with the giant. I mean, he was hurt, but nonetheless, you think about Luffy's fight with the giant and how the giant is like, I've definitely underestimated you. Because that is one hell of a giant ass fish. And it's a koi. Which
it is actually meant to be a goldfish.
It is, because on its face, when it comes out of the water, they don't call it a carp. They just call it a goldfish.
To my knowledge, I mean, goldfish are a type of carp.
Yeah, I know that, but they call it specifically a goldfish.
I think it's meant to be a goldfish, to my knowledge. So
it's the big honking ass dude. Carpy friend comes out of the water, and they literally blast through him, and they're just able to sail out the other end.
Fucking one hit, blow up the island eater. It's gone. It's gone forever.
I'm sorry. That's an intense power level. They one hit, and the other thing is they blasted a hole right through. That's the power of the warriors of Elbaf, says everybody's favorite needle nose. And so as he weeps and freaks out, hey, they Pinocchio'd his nose. And so I think for sure, once their weapons are broke, I think that also tells us that the leaders of the pirates, Brogy the Red and Dorry the Blue, were warriors of unimaginable strength, it says at the bottom.
Yeah, right? I always downplayed them in my memory, and then when someone was like, I think they're actually kind of a big deal when it comes to the power scaling of the world, I started to think about it, and I was like, no, I think that's true. Like, sure, they worked together on it, but that fucker got blowed up.
Exactly. And so I think that was another moment where we got to, oops, by the way, I read a tiny bit ahead, but not a lot. I didn't really know that I was reading ahead.
You can't be stopped. Where did you go?
I didn't get to to another island or anything. I just know that Nami is not doing good.
Nami is slightly unwell.
Wait. I wanted to redeem myself because I did the hit things, tap things, and subscribe things last time, and I think I really messed that up. I wasn't so good at it, so I want to do it again.
Before we head to the corkboard corner, you want to do it again?
Hells yeah, I get to do it.
Your next take? Okay, let's go. Ready? Leaving space for it.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right. Tap that like button, give us a follow so that you'll know right away when we're putting something else out. We love to have you here, and we're excited for you to find out when we put out new content.
Come on. Yeah, you did it.
Come on.
You know what the sad part is?
What?
I'm leaving in the part where you hyped yourself up and gave a count in because it's more endearing that way.
You're the worst. I was so cool. You just ruined all my coolness.
Oh boy. Okay. Before we head to the corkboard, I want to ask a question that Kaito Luminous, our lovely mod, asked earlier that I bookmarked in my brain. They were asking what your thought was about... we talked a little bit about this, where we talked about how One Piece is very anachronistic, but about how every island seems to have a different time it's in. Like the technology, the culture, everywhere in One Piece seems to be out of time from everywhere else. What are your thoughts on that? How do you think about it?
How you doing thinkies on it? Well, obviously, for me, because right away I could see that Oda uses time as one of his themes, and it's really important to him. So for me, seeing that he decided to put each of them in a different time made sense, but it also drags over into my corkboard corner, because I have a bit of a theory on why that is and what it could look like.
Luckily, I've already told my 4:30 that we're going to be probably a half hour late because I'm realizing the corkboard is getting bigger and bigger.
I'm taking way too long. I need to talk faster.
No, it's all good. It's all
less.
Good. I'm gonna have a fun time editing tonight, everybody.
Your person who is your father said, "Oh yeah, I was told that you would be ready to go and we could go to the down the road to the party at this time," and I was like, "That's a lie. That's a dirty lie."
I was told that you weren't hyped on the block party, and now I'm wondering if you're moving through slowly on purpose.
How dare you?
All right. We're going to head into Corkboard Corner. I want to talk about what you've been diving into, because you've told me that you've spent days staring at Dragon's monologue, that you've come to grand revelations. You have this idea where you're framing the entire series as a Campbellian hero's journey now, where Luffy is the archetypal farm boy of the hero's journey.
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to get out of this picture because I'm going to say things and some of them are going to be wrong.
You're going to have reactions, yes. This is not a time
so I got
to
get out of here so you can do any facial things you need to do and people can write whatever the hell they need to.
Uh-huh.
Here I go. Okay. Because I don't want to know where I'm right or wrong. I just don't.
You just want to say what your thoughts are.
Yeah. Oh no, I lied to you. I got to a point where I was watching who is it? Was it Sanji? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Who's up at the front, strengthening himself by doing the workouts with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 giant ass weights.
Uh-huh. I thought it was Zoro doing the exercise with the big weights.
I meant Zoro.
Oh, okay.
And then I saw some weird dude when I turned the page who had 2 swans on either 2 swan heads and a thing, and I was like, yeah, we're not looking at that. Move back. So that's when I stopped.
So you read a little bit further.
Yeah, I went, oh, whoa, I went too far. Then I was like, ooh, I read too close to the sun. Okay.
It's a classic Icarus. Read too close to the sun.
I can't help it. In my defense, it was there. All right.
Are you going to come up with a different defense for reading ahead every week? Is that the goal?
Yes.
Oh, man, that's great.
Okay. So.
Switching drinks.
Let's just get into it.
Let's get right into it. Let's get into our corkboard corner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for the crazy place that we call Corkboard Corner,
Corkboard
where you get to see the insides of the craziness. All right, so I realized once I started to look at Luffy as the proverbial farm boy, the one who is more than he appears, and I started
the Campbellian hero.
Ooh, look at you. That I decided that it was time that I went backwards, looked at old things, and then moved forward. So there's a few places that I took a picture of the screen. One of them was anything that had dragon in it.
Okay, so which is like 6 pages, 2 of which he's talking in.
Yeah, but everything that dragon does is A, cool, and B, meaningful.
All right.
And then another one is the Laboon page.
Yep. You pointed out Crocus's well wishes to the crew, or what he said to himself after they left.
Could that
might be important?
Does he really say it to himself? I mean, he's talking to himself and Roger.
True.
Could that bunch be the pirates we've been waiting for all this time? That boy has a strange air about him. Hey, Roger. I see you. I see you, Crocus, croaking it up.
Crocus, for some reason, talking to Gold Roger, the dead man.
For no reason at all, talking to a dead person. So, I immediately was like, so what did we say that the timeline is? How long dead? Was it 20 years? Or?
I think 22 years ago, I believe, was the death of Gold Roger.
Yeah. So I 100% have decided that Laboon was Gold Roger's whale.
Okay, and so that's you've decided that. Okay.
Yeah. And then I wondered if Crocus was on his thing, but I'm wondering why they were such good friends. I asked myself some other questions around that, but those are for me. I don't need anyone to know how crazy I can get. Okay. And then after the millionth time of looking at this page that I guess I should read to other people since I've got it memorized now, and I know that it's important enough that you got to keep that in. This is the page of pages.
Okay.
These things cannot be stopped. An inherited strength of will. So the things that you get from other people that make you stronger, despite the fact that you might not be at the level to do it. So I had to pull apart all the words and ideas. Okay. And it's inherited from somebody else. It's within your line of ancestors. One's dreams. So we can look at that as being treasure. We can look at that as being the honor and all those things put down into one thing called one's dreams, because that gives you more strength of will. And the ebb and flow of the ages. You already know how I feel about time. So I was like, is time a loop? Is time keeping them from being in each island? Each island is separated by time. Each island is in a different time. Seems to lean into a different point of history. You can't change the thing of ages, but then I was like, can you change time? Is time being controlled? So then we'll come back to that. As long as people hunger for freedom. So there's this need for people to be free. They might even not know that they're imprisoned. You don't necessarily know when you're being controlled, but you also might feel like you're imprisoned by a system, you're imprisoned by people. That's a thing to get into. These things will exist. Gold Roger, King of the Pirates. And then not to disappoint us, he says, a pirate, eh? Not a bad idea. And I was like, I hate you. I know that's super important. So, I realized I can't look anything up and I can't go anywhere and I don't have a community I'm allowed to bounce ideas off.
There is no way for you to do any of that without ruining this one.
No, 100%. But I can go into Japanese folklore and meaning and metaphor and symbolism. So I went online and started to find all the different people I could who did Japanese symbolism and other things. I found the sweetest girl. She is so pumpkin-y sweet, it's ridiculous.
Do you want to plug her channel? Do you know the name?
I can easily find her name. I'll just go into
we'll keep going and we'll get to the plug in a sec, because I think it's good to support our sources.
I agree because she's amazing. And I went into her channel and she very, very lovingly described a few things to me. So the first thing is that I knew that there had to be something going on about the way in which Luffy went up and over into the Grand Line, because everybody is looking for this map to get into the Grand Line. Out of all the treasure, there's only one map to get into the Grand Line. It's kept inside of a vault, and there isn't a bunch of other maps that the Navy can grab or other people can grab. So something has to be super important about what's found inside the Grand Line if you have one map to get into it. And so I started to say, okay, so if it's that difficult to get in, and Luffy becomes a pirate, which would allow him to steal things as part of his as part of the normal thing that a pirate would do. He has a crew, et cetera, it would allow him to get up and over. So the first thing that I thought of is I need to get more into the dragon whole mythos and find out, the person going uphill into the dragon, the koi going uphill turns into a dragon. And then I was like, well, just stop. You already have a dragon. Who the hell's this dragon? So I went and looked up dragon mythos in Japan. And I have now decided 100,000%. And if I'm wrong, it'll make it way more fun.
You are living the this pedal goes up attitude this episode, and I respect it so much. You're living the channel values.
Yeah. So I decided that there's a prophecy that's being fulfilled, and Luffy is part of it. And that's why he was asking the questions about whether or not this was the pirate that they were waiting for, that Luffy is fulfilling some sort of prophecy piece in there. But then I also decided, let's just call Luffy Monkey Dragon Luffy for now, instead of Monkey D. Luffy. And I've decided that Luffy is becoming more than he was, and moving over into the Grand Line has given him different inherited strengths, because I believe that Luffy would have had inherited strengths in himself anyways, even if he hadn't eaten a dragon fruit. That the dragon fruit, the devil fruit gave him strengths and gave him this power and made him be rubber boy. But I think that he would have had power anyways, inherited strength. Okay. And so I was like, is it possible that he's related to Dragon? Maybe, maybe not. But for sure, the two of them need to be seen together. So I went into the myth about Dragon, and I have decided that he is... Where did I write it down? One Piece. And then I slow down, and everyone's like, what have you decided? He is the dragon of the East Blue. The dragon that exists already is 100% one of the animals that exist in Japanese culture. And so you have, let me find my pictures of the different animals. You have cardinal direction and color and animal. And one of them is the dragon of the East Blue is dragon for the East. That's what it is. Its symbol is a dragon, and it's a protector. Each one of them is a protector of a different region. So for sure, dragon is this dragon.
Yeah, and you're talking about the four sacred beasts that you think dragon represents the dragon of the East, the beast of the East.
Yeah, but it's actually called something, and I'm trying to find out because I can't see where I wrote down what his dragon is.
Azure dragon.
Thank you. That's the word. So he is the Azure Dragon. He is and the Earth is broken down into 4 quadrants, and there are 4 different animals that protect each one. Which is why I decided that I was going to allow Monkey D. Luffy to currently be Monkey Dragon Luffy, because I've decided that he has some sort of strength without the devil fruit anyways.
I want you to go into what you figured out about that as well, because that's something you talked to me a bit about, was your idea of the strength other than devil fruits.
Yeah, so I'm going to go into that right now. Okay. So then once I realized that dragon was that, I started to look up the myths and legends around it. And they're in Japan, they do a ton of different pictures where they show one dragon flying up and one dragon flying down. And the 2 dragons together create balance, the yin and the yang. And so if one dragon is flying up, That dragon is responsible for finding out about self-actualization and finding enlightenment. And that would be Luffy. And the dragon that is flying down is all about, once enlightenment is found, spreading enlightenment to all of humankind. And the dragon of the East Blue, the Azure dragon, who I am 100% convinced that that dragon is, his whole thing would be spreading information to others, which would be perfect because there's a line here where he says to
and not just information. Smoker, I think enlightenment is a more powerful word than information, you know?
Yeah, it is. It's enlightenment. There's a line here where he says to Smoker, he goes, "What? Who? The government is after your head." And Dragon says, or as I'm going to call him, as your dragon, "The world is waiting for our answer." So I think the world is waiting for enlightenment. I think that he and Luffy together create a yin-yang balance, finding the enlightenment, spreading the enlightenment. But then the other thing is that Luffy can be other things at the same time. And that's why there is no for sure. And I think Oda might have been brilliant and layered different symbols and metaphors and legends all together. So there's a layering. So one thing isn't necessarily true. Many things can be true. And I think that would make it more interesting. So then I think you have these 4 different animals that do the 4 quadrants. But what I actually think is going on with Luffy is that he is going to become the 5th animal that you have already, and we haven't met them, and I think we will. Nice. You have this bird who's red, you have the tiger who's white, and you have the turtle with the snake wrapped around it, which is black, which isn't bad. It's good. There's things about black you need, and they're the most balanced of all of them, and some say the turtle would be the strongest. So whatever person / god we meet whose turtle is going to be amazing. And then there's a 5th one, which I think is going to be Luffy, and it's called, is it Kirin? It's something I haven't said her.
Corinne, I think you said.
Corinne. I think it's
when I played Magic the Gathering, which, hey, if you like Magic the Gathering, I know you're talking about it in a bit. It's gonna be a great time. But when I've played Magic the Gathering, there was a Japan-based set, and I heard them pronounce Kirin at play tables, but I don't know if that means it's right.
It's Kirin, and I think it's Kirin, and that's how she was saying it, but my Japanese accent is crappy at best.
I'm going to say we default to the Japanese mythology lady over my Magic the Gathering game tables.
Okay. So there would be a center one, and its color would be yellow. Its direction would be center.
Yellow like a straw hat, perhaps.
Very much like a straw hat. But it also gets the power of all the other colors. So color becomes significant and powerful. So as soon as I discovered that, I thought back to the story. And what was the name of the small chick who used colors to stop anyone from moving?
Miss Golden Week.
That's the one, thank you. And I thought about how they used color as a method of stopping people from doing things and creating emotions. And each one of these directionalities not only has an animal, they also have emotions that are attached to it. And so I thought about how she was using it. If Luffy turns out to be the 5th one in there, then he would get to use all their colors of power as well as the center, which is yellow. So I thought that would be really, really interesting for him. Also, the thing about the Karin, is that it is a link between moving freely. It also is, each one of these has a season. And then, as she explained, you believe there's only 4 seasons, but there's actually transitional seasons that Japanese people are very aware of that happen in between each of the thing. From spring to summer, there's a transitional. It's short, and it's a certain number of, I think it's only 2 weeks or something, or 3 weeks in between each one of the seasons. And that would be the realm of seasons that Luffy would guard, and it helps to transition one season or the movement of time from place to place. So Luffy would become a person that's helping to smooth out the movement of time, which would then mean that Luffy would be the one that would could possibly be helping to improve the ability to move throughout the Grand Line and to move between time links. Yeah, that's just a weird thing that I went off in one other direction. And then I asked myself, would that reconnect the Grand Line in any way? And would it help to keep allow people to meet their destinies better, which the Karen does. The Karen, I'm going to say it so wrong. I'm going to listen to that woman say it like 8 times.
We are going to say Japanese shit wrong. I can't pronounce people's names in chat, so you are always going to come up a leg ahead for pronunciation on the channel. Do not worry.
Okay. So the thing that I thought was very interesting in there is one of the things that the Karen does is it never, one of its key tenets is never interfering with other people's destinies. And I thought, shut up. That's incredible. And it looks still kind of like a dragon, but it's a mixture of many things. And one of the things that it ends up kind of looking like, a little but not a lot, is a giraffe. In the Japanese tradition, it's way less giraffe-like because it's a combination of all these different animals. But it still kind of looks like a giraffe. And that's why I decided as the thing that I wanted to use as kind of my avatar is a giraffe.
So I'm going to draw you an adorable kitten-inspired giraffe.
100%. And then the other thing that I thought was really interesting about this idea, I'm going to go back up to here. Woo! Oh my God. I have so many pages of Crazy Town. I do need a cork board because I'm flipping through notes and it's so archaic. I think your dad would love it if I just turn this entire wall into one giant cork side to side, don't you? Yeah.
I do. I like you picking a giraffe as your Sona. Giraffes are awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad. Okay, so then I have this. Yeah. So then there's a whole other theory that you can attach to it in the Corkboard of Madness. So how do I pronounce the Ryujin?
Ryujin?
Yeah. Ryujin, I think that's the one that I told you. The RYU.
Yeah. Ryu from Street Fighter, Jin.
Okay. Yeah. Japanese people right now are just shaking their head and being like, please stop talking. So
RYUJIN. Yeah.
So you could have it that Luffy is the Karen, but you can also have that the Ryujin is a larger dragon, like an ultimate dragon or a god dragon.
Okay.
And it has god of the sea, god of water, and it's made up of 9 separate animals, including it has super cute ears of a cow, whatever. That is just a thing. If anyone is the cow, PS, it'd be Usopp, but I don't think he gets to be anything. So it's made up of 9 separate animals. And then I started to wonder, how many crew members is Luffy going to have? And I think you could either have it's made up of 9 crew members who each give a part of their power to Luffy, and then Luffy is the Raijin, or you could have that Luffy is one of the 9 animals, and they all together create the ultimate power, which will be able to find the One Piece, and then Usopp is a human on the outside being like, good job, guys! I just love that for Usopp. Go Usopp. But it doesn't necessarily have to be that, because we also have the 7 warlords, right? So another way that we could do it is if the 2 dragons, the Azir dragon and the Luffy dragon, or the Kirin dragon, got together, plus the 7 warlords, that would make 9, and they together would work. And I told you that I thought earlier that it was possible that Luffy was going to be the missing key between the 7 warlords coming together, and he was going to unite them. And if he was the missing key in order to come together to find balance and become the ultimate dragon fighting against evil, and that it would be evil and not necessarily one side or the other, not the Navy or the baddies, but just people who are wrong, that then the 7 warlords plus Luffy and the dragon, the Azure Dragon, could make it up. But yeah, that could either be a separate thing or put into it.
There's one last piece of corkboard corner that I want to go into before we move on to our regular ending segments, which is you, when you called the other day, said you had a theory about another power.
Yeah, so are you talking about the color power?
Well, you were talking about Shanks made you think about there being another power other than devil fruits.
Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of people I realized, or gods, or maybe Luffy's a god and I'm out to lunch and Luffy is just a god and isn't a combination of things or whatever. But because I realized that Shanks used power but was swimming and doing all these things, and there was no way in hell you can do that if you've eaten a devil fruit, I realized that there has to be power that's separate. And I said earlier, I think that Luffy already has that power. It hasn't been ignited yet, but I believe that Luffy is growing and changing, being in the Grand Line and having gone through this journey, and everything that he does is going to continue to strengthen him. And so I believe we're going to have a moment when his power is, for lack of a better word, ignited, and we're going to find out that he already would have had power, inherited strength, if he hadn't eaten the devil fruit. But now I wonder what the combination of his devil fruit plus his innate power are going to become. I think that's going to be really exciting, because I'm 1,000,000% certain that he already had a power.
Alrighty. I think that's all we have for Corkboard Corner.
Maybe.
Is there anything else you can think of that you, in your many notes, that you wanted to mention? Because that's all I remember needing to be said from what you'd shared.
No, I'm looking at it. This says that Luffy could connect all the powers together using all 4 colors. Oh yeah, because in ancient times there were only 4 colors in Japan. I found out there was black, white, red, and blue, and then they created this new color thing with yellow, and then the ability to combine them. So when they got this center animal, this Kirin, they were able to have multiple colors come out, and it was kind of the birthplace of enlightenment, is what they said. So I was thinking how cool it would be if Luffy was using this power and creating the birthplace of enlightenment.
Alrighty. I think we'll move into our regular segments then. Our constant friends, the closing segments. So, let's start with the popularity.
One more thing.
Oh, wait. There's one more thing? Also, we should start with predictions. I forgot.
I said to you, you need Luffy to be a pirate and not a Navy person, remember? Because...
Oh, yes. That.
Yeah. Because you couldn't have Luffy ever have been in the Navy, because he wouldn't have had free will and wouldn't have been able to choose the people that worked with him. Or, I think, called. I think they're drawn to each other. And Luffy just knows. He says, and honestly, the show helped here, because they said,
action,
why... Yeah, the live action helped here, because it reminded me that they say at one point, like, why is it that you still have faith in her, and this happened? And he says, I don't know. I just do. The same way I knew that you wouldn't hurt me when I took you down off of the cross.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, because they're called. And so if this theory was right, I believe that it would be really important for Luffy to be a pirate, because being a pirate lets him be called to the people that he needs to have with him in this fight.
It ties into your Kirin theory as well, because as well, because of the idea of not letting things interfere with someone's destiny. Whereas as a Marine following orders, you have to interfere. You can't just let things play out the way they're meant to. It's a system of control, not of freedom.
Yeah, exactly. And then on the other thing, I also asked, because of the show, when Mihawk says he's just killing some time, I was like, is he actually able to manipulate time? Is he actually killing time? And when am I going to find out the strength or get enough clues to find out how he and or other warlords are manipulating time?
We'll have to see. For now, first of all, remember, we got to plug that mythology channel. Did you find it?
Oh, sorry. Let me go into the happy world of...
Someone just reminded me. in the chat.
That was very kind of them. Thank you,
Yeah.
human who reminded us. I have to press stop right away so we don't restart recording. Okay, so her name, it's Sana, S-A-N-A, Sakura, S-A-K-U-R-A. And she has she has a great show called Zen Up Your Life.
Alrighty.
Yeah, and I had a few other places, but those were more academic. I went down and researched some papers on Japanese mythology. But that's when I was off on my own little world. But then after I was done that, I went and found this woman, and it's simple. Like I'm telling you, she talks to you like you're a baby child. And in the end, you're like, damn it, I actually just found a lot out. Thank you.
All right, so our regular segments. First of all, predictions. We already have 2 that you made earlier, which is the crew will go to Elbath, and gods are extant entities in this world. They are physical entities.
100%.
All right. Do we have anything else to add in our prediction corner?
Oh, I mean, let's look at. I think Luffy is Corinne.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's put that there.
All right.
I think Luffy I think that dragon is the Azure dragon.
Okay.
I don't know what the D for Luffy stands for, so the pedal goes up. I'm going to say dragon for now.
We're committing to dragon. The D stands for dragon.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
until proven otherwise.
Right at all, but I don't care. I'm going to call him Monkey Dragon Luffy. And I believe that each one of Luffy's crew members, I think he's going to get 9.
Okay.
I for sure think the next one is definitely 100 trillion% going to be a doctor. After the shit they've gone through, it's time to get a doctor. I mean, come the hell on. And I think each one of them, we're going to find out that each one of them is necessary, that they have to be there, and that it's important. I still think Luffy's going to be a god. Like, I don't care. I'm gonna just go right on a limb here. Luffy's a god.
Luffy is a god. We are predicting Luffy is a god right now. All right, that is, this pedal goes up, stuck on our prediction board. Luffy's a god.
When you say it out loud, I'm like, whoa, that's a jump. No, Luffy's a god. I'm staying with it.
That's the channel mentality. This pedal goes up. We commit.
And I think we're going to find out that each one of Luffy's crew members is also special. I don't know if god, but I looked up when I'm in the mythology now and they start talking about how many gods there are. I'm like, I mean, you might as well chuck a few more in. But I also want to predict that Usopp will never be anything other than a human.
Okay.
And that's because of chat boards, because of people talking.
I feel like part of your god fascination is from chat as well. So
only in the way that they called him our god, and so they put God on the edge of my mind. But whenever I'm looking at fiction, I always look like, are they creating multi-religions? Do they have a single religion? Are people fighting because of religion? Like, it's just a normal thing you look at in fiction.
A while back, I actually talked on the channel about how there's a thing that I call, even though it's not the right term, postmodern fantasy, where instead of a fantasy world like a Tolkienian one, where the divine is an ephemeral but concrete entity that you can't interact with in the setting, postmodern fantasy, which we see a lot of nowadays, tends to be a world where divinity is questioned. It can be accessed by mortals. Mortals can become gods. The questioning and challenging of divinity is a really, really common trope in modern fantasy, I'd say.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, and so because modern is Tolkienian, but you know.
Yeah. So when I'm looking at it, I moved around that, and also the Kirin would be a type of god. I don't know if it's a god. Oh yeah, we're gonna meet a god. We're gonna go to the island. What's it called?
Elbath.
Elbath. We're gonna go there because it's very important to Usopp. He may not be a god, but he's still a very important crew member.
Aw. All right. We got our predictions.
And he did save people this time. Like, he really did.
He did. He rescued the crew. He came through for them and unwaxed them.
100%.
All right. We're moving on.
I'm coming back into the chat. Am I allowed to come back into the room yet?
Let me see. Okay, looks safe. It looks safe. It looks like recent chat is safe. You shouldn't read it just in case someone types. But if you catch something out of the corner of your eye right now, I don't think it'll fuck you up.
Okay. Sorry for taking so long with the crazy court corner, everyone.
No problem. I think let's move into our popularity pool. You've been wanting to do it by arc particular instead of needing to have a running popularity pool. So what's our current vibe? What's our current popularity pool looking like? Our top 5.
So who are my top 5 this week is your point?
Yeah.
All right. So in this round, I'm going to go... damn it. God, yeah, actually, I didn't think about it ahead of time. And now here I am like a goof.
You got to go gut instinct.
Okay, gut instinct. Number 1, straight to the top of the charts with my heart, we've got Sanji.
Fuck yeah, Sanji. This is top performance from Sanji this week. Congratulations, Sanji.
He just absolutely killed it, even though he gently hurt and gave owies to my 2 special friends.
He gently gave owies to your special friends, yeah.
Nonetheless, it was baller move. Absolute out there.
Call it a baller move. We're running with the same vocab.
Talking a crocodile face and doing all the stuff he did was absolutely awesome. So, number 1, straight to the top of the chart, is Sanji. Number 2 is my main man Zoro, who is absolutely killing it, trying to hack off his own legs. Although
this is a rare arc where Zoro's biggest contribution is a comedy scene.
Yeah, and that's why. Like, it's mostly because when he's like, I bet you... My very favorite comedy moment is like, when they're like, we can't move and we're having trouble breathing. He's like, I bet you regret not making a pose now.
It's so good.
Like, yeah, that's their top concern. So that was awesome.
Bet you're feeling pretty stupid right about now.
Number 3 is just... I'm going to say number 3 is the 2 giants together.
Dorry and Brogy get to share a spot.
Yeah, I'm not separating them. They've been fighting for 100 years.
They don't even get separate bounties.
They can sit there and hold each other's hands. And
what do you think the real government would do if you only turned in one of them? Would they be like, sorry, there's no bounty on one of them?
Number 4 is Usopp.
Wow, Usopp maintaining his top 5 placing.
He really killed it this arc. And I think we spent a lot of time on Usopp, finding out some things about who he is and what's important.
An interpretation that I've liked about this arc is that Usopp had a lot of uncertainty with the foot in the barrel moment where he didn't know what his thing was. He didn't know what he was offering, what his dream was that he was presenting. And this is the arc where he figured out the type of person he wants to be, the type of person he set out to see to become.
I absolutely agree. Like,
in a way, this is more his origin than Syrup Village as a pirate.
Yeah. People in the chat are talking about comparing meat sizes. They're not wrong. That was funny. And number 5, and you're not going to like it, and that is what it is Ducky.
Karu gets in the top 5 of the week. Remember, these are not the all-time popularity pools. I think we'll do those on the saga breaks, but I think it's fair to give, like, the weekly showings.
Yeah. I'd like to put out that Karu did a lot of stuff this week. Karu is partly responsible for everybody being successful, and that's a high 5 to Karu, and also maintained adorability at the same time. And that's a hard thing to do.
Karu got a ton of assists this week.
Yeah.
He's out here. He's winning the team player awards.
And then I just want to have a moment for my two little baddies who are having a really long nap.
A moment of silence for this long nap.
They're just taking a little sea piece.
In the arms of an angel, playing over a slow pan of their simply unconscious bodies.
Dude, that's too far. They're just unconscious. They're very tired. They had a long time, their neck broken.
Let's end it off with our top 5 or top however many you want to list devil fruits. We've introduced only one more new one, unfortunately, which is the wax fruit.
Ugh.
Wax isn't making it?
Did
Miss
I
All
sigh
Sunday's
big
mystery
enough?
fruit. Is Miss All Sunday's mystery fruit still on top?
Yeah, and you said something, and then I caught it about Miss All Sunday's mystery fruit.
Did I?
You said something like branching out.
No. You said something similar to that I won't clarify. Don't watch the video. And then I, in a cheeky knowing voice, said it again. I repeated it to you. Now, no. Don't go check what that was, but it wasn't branching out. That's not what you said.
I want to watch the video now.
Don't go watch the video.
I should be allowed to watch things that I said.
But you shouldn't be able to watch my cheeky reaction to things that you said.
I might forget. Okay. I'm gonna say not even on the chart is wax because it's disgusting.
Wax is nowhere.
Yeah. It's literally not anywhere near. I don't know why. It really grossed me out. Arms melting? Ugh, no thanks.
All right.
You know what? No, number 1 is still freaking Luffy. No, it's still Miss All Sunday and her mystery fruit. I just want to put down it ain't ghosts.
Okay, so we're changing. It's not ghosts.
It's now I like to think of her as being a mushroom, where she is like all these tendrils that are going through the air that we can't. Oh, maybe it's electricity. Oh,
okay.
Branching out electricity, like
you didn't
I'm gonna go
say branching out. Stop using branching out as a hint. That's not the word you used.
Stop trying to make branching out a thing. It's never gonna be a thing.
It just isn't what you said.
Look, branching out is fetch. Get over it. I'm gonna make hers whatever the hell it is, and it's electricity this week. That's my favorite. And then it's Luffy's.
Miss All Sunday's classic electricity fruit is your favorite.
Yeah, classic electricity fruit, where she uses like see-through staticky electricity things to steal crap. Even I know it's just wild. But I haven't thought about her. She wasn't in my brain this week.
Before comments get at me, whatever the fuck Miss Golden Week did is not a devil fruit. I don't know what it is, but you can look into this. Confirmed to not be a fruit user. So don't get at me comments for saying we only got one new fruit this week.
You know what that is? This week. That's kind of a spoiler because it helps to strengthen my idea that lots of people or things are born in this world. Also, if she was born with the ability to control colors, now I know that symbol thing with the 4 corners makes a lot of sense with Luffy in the middle.
Look, all I'm saying is Oda did not confirm she has special powers, just said she's good at painting.
That chick's got special powers. I would take her powers, but I can't because she didn't have a devil fruit.
No, we're ranking devil fruits. We're not ranking not devil fruits.
I'm going to put Smoke up higher this time. I had a little think about it, and Smoke is cooler than I thought.
Turning into Smoke is kind of cool.
Yeah. I think you could get under doors. You could choke people out without even working.
How are you going to punch Smoke?
Yeah. Also, I had this wonder if you could inhale Smoke, and then he could get inside of you, and then he could attack you from the inside.
I have a thought. I feel like he has to be immune to lung cancer. Like, I feel like his power has to make him immune to the adverse effects of smoke.
Oh, yeah, like 900%.
Which means he can just be constantly smoking, looking cool, no consequences.
Yeah. And then I think that the slip.
All right, slip, immune to physical damage, basically. You get to be thin all the time, and perfect skin.
No, slip's 5. 4 is the becoming different weights.
Oh, interesting. The kilo fruit.
Yeah.
It's really cool. There's a lot. I saw someone on a video point out recently, there's a lot you could do with it that she doesn't. Like, if you throw a punch, you can make yourself heavy at the moment of impact, and it'll hit so much harder. Or if someone punches you, make yourself light, you just go flying away and absorb none of the impact.
That, or like I started to wonder if you could use like air thermals and stuff by getting so light that you're lifted.
Sushi, that's hilarious. Oh my god. Yeah, no, there's a lot you could do with the Kilo Kilo fruit. It's now granted, all Miss Valentine wants to do is sit on people to crush them to death, but you know,
Yeah, no,
to each their own.
Those are being underutilized.
Yeah, I feel like the bomb fruit, the bomb fruit, and the kilo fruit, it definitely feels like are being a little bit not pushed to their limits.
Yeah, but especially the kilo fruit. I'd like to see him do a little bit of work there.
Yep. Miss Valentine's like, I got one idea for what to do with it. Is it jump up real high and then fall on people? It sure is.
The only reason I like the slip fruit, I want to point out, is she doesn't only have the ability to slip away really fast and get places. I started to wonder if she would have the ability to slip over water and would be able to use water as a highway.
Weird. That fruit, I think Alvida was actually using it pretty well, because we saw her use it. First of all, the aesthetic bonuses, that she loves, but then like immune to damage, super fast speed of movement, and then she was using the movement to augment her attacks too. Like there's a lot it can do. And it just so happens that one of the people in the city she was in had a sea stone weapon to cripple her and could fly.
But I really think that the coolest thing would be like, I don't see any reason she couldn't use that to slip over water and get from one place to the other quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I started to rethink her thing. Oh, I also want to point out they clearly did foreshadow that those nets are going to be used on Luffy and his crew at some point and render them useless, but they're not going to know that Luffy also has another power that isn't devil fruit.
All right.
Maybe that's when we'll find out he has another power that isn't devil fruit. Put it in the predictions.
All right, we're putting in the predictions that we're going to find out Luffy has a power that isn't devil fruits when he can't use his power. All right.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we need to cover before we sign off and I start my other combo?
No, I think that's it. I feel bad that I took up so much time in my crazy court corner.
All right. Well, I honestly had a blast. I love your corner, and chat was going crazy listening to you. They loved it too.
They like court corner? Okay. Because I was like, at the end, I felt like I was just silent. I was just talking into a void on another page, looking at my list of things. And I was like, do. And then I came out afterwards and was like, felt like I had just come out of a fever fugue and was like, oh my God.
I'm excited to see what you think as you learn more about the world and what happens to your predictions as you kind of get more context for them.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah,
all right.
I'm excited to see what my crew goes through. I'm excited to see them all find powers because I believe they shall.
All right. As for everybody in chat, thanks for being here. Hey, do you like games at all? I'm about to have a conversation with my friend who does a lot of writing for the Commander's Herald, a Magic the Gathering magazine, and it's going to be a fun time. I'm going to be talking about a lot of the specific things that make Magic a cooler game than you might think it is. So if you've been at all curious about it and what kind of makes the game tick, like, because it's this big opaque thing, not a lot of people really dig beneath the surface to understand if you're from the outside. If you've ever been curious, we're going to be doing like a surface level talk about uncertainty and how Magic uses that more than any other game. For now, thanks everyone so much for being here.
Wait, don't do this. You didn't tell me what I'm reading.
Oh my God, you're right. That part gets cut out of YouTube anyways. Let's go look it up. Let's look it up. I had it earlier, but I forgot the number. Look, this snail just saw his owners get given a rough massage. That's why he's so sad. We're going to be reading 25 chapters, 3 volumes. We're going all the way up to 154 this time.
Whoa.
And then the week after, because it's bigger than the rest of the saga combined, we're going to need to take on the final arc of the saga in 2 parts instead of just 1 like I'd thought.
So what I'm hearing is don't read any further than 157.
What you're hearing is you're supposed to stop at 154.
That will most likely happen.
Uh-huh. 154.
It's going to be exciting. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I sure love having these talks. It's becoming more and more fun.
I look forward to these so much. It's such a blast. I love having you all here. This has been so much fun. And until next time, it's been lovely talking to you. All right. I am going to keep streaming, though. So if people are curious about Magic the Gathering from people with a decent amount of experience and knowledge about it, it's going to be a really fun time. I'm excited for it. I'm going to do some cool art, which feels weird when it's Magic the Gathering because I'm doing fan art of a franchise with the highest standards for illustration in the world.
Speaking of cool art, this piece you did here is stunning.
Thank you so much. I really like how this one turned out. I think you were right that this is a really good aesthetic moment to lean on.
Yeah, it really shows his cockiness, too. Okay, rock out everything. Sounds like an awesome time. I don't know if you heard, I have to go down to a block party.
I did. I think it's going to be so fun. You got barbecue food as a vegetarian.
Yeah, I'm a vegetarian. That's really nice. Okay, chit-chat later.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, I gotta get Craigbot stopped and going again. No further than 700. No Ender Madochi. Dragon Lamp. I use Clip Studio Paint. This is a good time to answer questions, actually, in between. Where do I have bot commands? Where's my bot command room? Let's stop Craigbot. Let's send a message that I'm going to be in the right chat. If any regular guest likes Magic and wants to join in, that is always an option in the group, in the stream hangout. The Shitty Cook, these are all available for free on the Drock Show Discord server. So if you want any of the art I've done on stream, including for now long-term projects, they're all there. Once the channel gets bigger and we have a Patreon, I'll start making the full res ones only available for patrons, and there will be a low res one available for anybody to see. Just because I think that's a good way to do it, to still let everybody access them once we have a Patreon. Have I thought about showing my mom the Wanted short? Interesting. Not yet. Have I checked out Spice 8 Rack's video? I haven't yet. I probably will soon. Oh, you want to use them as wallpapers? That's amazing. There's some good stuff in there. I think you'll like some of the non-One Piece art too, if you like these, because this style I do all the time. Travis, you there?
I am here. Hello,
right.
Hello.
Let's get Craigbot in. I think it's been long enough since I got him to stop that he'll listen. We get to hear the dulcet tones of Craigbot.
Now recording.
Ooh.
He's so magical. Okay.
Now recording. Wow, that's a lot.
I'm going to do Art of Maelstrom Wanderer. Out of this list you gave me, that's the cool one.
Yeah. I mean, one of them isn't technically a Magic character. Technically, it's a D&D character. But it definitely more emphasizes the uncertainty portion.
It's honestly something I've started to find so funny about Magic is how often you can be like... Godzilla's huge impact on the Magic the Gathering meta is a thing that Modern had to worry about.
I mean, yeah, that, and also, actually, Modern Legacy had to worry about Rick from The Walking Dead.
Oh my god, you're right.
On the format.
Hey, for anybody here, because they're curious about Magic, Rick from The Walking Dead plays a role that helps you get into it.
Yeah.
It's a weird game nowadays.
If you're a fan of, let's see, Street Fighter, Lord of the Rings,
Lord of the Rings,
I guess Assassin's Creed is coming, Warhammer, Magic's got something for you. Oh boy, that's
Now, everybody, welcome back to the Drock Show. We are going to talk about Magic the Gathering with my friend Travis, who writes the Commander's Herald. Do you want to introduce yourself, Travis?
Sure thing. Hi, my name is Travis Stanley, and I write for, as said, the Commander's Herald, which is a website full of wonderful articles. It's a kind of a sister site to EDH Rec. So EDH Rec has all about like deck techs and really breaks down the minutia, where Commander's Herald is more of the, I won't call it, say, more ethereal articles.
I what I love about Commander's Herald is every time I get an article recommended from your website on my newsfeed, it's fucking hilarious. Like the one about Wizards of the Coast sending Nazguls after players who leaked early info from Lord of the Rings sets.
Oh, that was a great piece.
God, that's so funny.
We also do reviews of each set that comes out. Those are all the articles that just went up this week. There's also articles about CEDH,
Competitive
and
Commander,
competitive Commander, and just more, I want to call them abstract concepts rather than just like deck techs. And so I write the article series called Cut, where I invite 3 folks to each build a deck with a list of challenges I give them. And so they present their decks, and the readers get to vote on them, and the top 2 vote getters get to move on to another round where they compete with another set of challenges, and then the cycle repeats.
Hell yeah. So the thing I specifically want to talk to you about is how Magic the Gathering, more than any other game that I'm aware of, focuses on uncertainty at every level of design. And you might be thinking, how is that possible? So let's say you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player. I want to be talking to the Yu-Gi-Oh players, the Pokemon players, all of that, right? All of them. Hearthstone. Everyone but Marvel Snap, because I actually think Marvel Snap uses uncertainty just as well as Magic, which I found shocking when I started to learn more about Marvel Snap, because I've never actually seen a TCG use uncertainty as well as Magic does. But they tend to only, since it's a smaller game, only use it in a few aspects, whereas Magic at every level of design prioritizes uncertainty. And I think the best way to frame that for people who are coming from another trading card game, who are curious at what I mean by at every level of design, is attacking and blocking. So in every other TCG, for the most part, that I'm aware of, I know it's not all of them, most of the time you make an attack and you choose what you're attacking. Now, if you're playing something like Hearthstone, or you're playing, Duel Masters, or Yu-Gi-Oh, you pick a creature, you pick to either attack the opponent or one of their creatures, which you might be forced to attack first in a game like Hearthstone with taunt creatures. Magic is entirely different. All priority in Magic, all power, all final say is given to whoever's being acted upon instead of the actor. So instead of choosing, I'm going to attack that creature, you are only ever saying, I'm going to attack you, and they pick how to block. That change is so fundamental and huge. It changes your interaction with the game entirely.
Also, to add on to that, am I coming through clearly?
Yes, you are. Let me just check if I need
Sweet,
to adjust
cool,
volume.
great.
You're a little loud, so I'm just going to turn down the volume. There you go. Should be good.
Fair enough. So to add on to that, the uncertainty of the attacker, yeah, sure, the other player kind of has a priority in choosing blockers, but they also, something that Magic has that a lot of other card games don't, is instant speed stuff, or stuff you can do in response to an action. A lot of card games, you kind of sit back, like Hearthstone.
You can lay a trap, but it has to be a specific trap with a specific trigger
that you have to do on your turn. Right? And so in Magic, you have the ability to respond to actions from your opponent. And so that adds another level of uncertainty and complexity to the game when for example, Yu-Gi-Oh! For what I remember, I mean, I have not played Yu-Gi-Oh! In a very long time.
I'm a little more in the loop about modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, so I can clarify a bit of this.
I know quick spells at that little lightning bolt there. You can cast from your hand, right? Or do they have to be face down?
They can be cast from your hand. Traps need to be face down.
Yeah. So in Yu-Gi-Oh, for all intents and purposes, your opponent sets down 3 cards face down in the trap zone. I don't know if that's what it's called, but I'm going to call it that.
I forget what it's called, the spell and trap zone or something. I don't know.
Yeah. As the attacking player, my opponent has 3 trap cards, right? Whereas in Magic, you look at your opponent's hand, they have 5 cards. Those 5 cards could be anything.
I think
They could be lands, they could be creatures, they could be other spells to interact with your attackers. Like you don't know.
I think the thing that makes it different, because I think if you play Yu-Gi-Oh and you don't play Magic, you hear that and you're like, but we have quick spells, we have hand traps. Hand traps are usually the term is for creatures you can drop from your hand, like you can discard to have a special ability. But the difference is all of those, for the most part, tend to do a very specific thing. They tend to stop a very specific type of action. So one of the big ones stops people from special summoning if they've special summoned too many creatures. One of them stops them from searching their their deck. Things like that. Every spell in Magic, for the most part, not every, a lot of spells in Magic can be incredibly versatile in what they do, and things that you can do in response to something. Instead of having a trigger, like trigger, this happens, like let's say Karibo, it's a hand trap. The trigger is I'm about to take damage because I'm being attacked, and the effect is I don't take damage. Magic cards tend to allow you to use them however you want. They will broadly say this is a card that can be cast at this speed. It's a card you can play anytime in response to anything. And what it does, it could still be any type of card despite being given that treatment. It doesn't need to be a thing that responds to a specific scenario. And oftentimes cards that are built for a specific scenario can be used for others. Like the card Swords to Plowshares is a very simple card. It exiles a creature and its controller gains life based off of how strong the creature was. It's basically a way of removing something, but giving a bit back to the player you remove something from, so that you can basically make it cost less resource to use than another removal spell would. But because it has that life gain, I've also seen people be like, oh, I'm going to die from this direct damage, exile one of their own creatures, gain a chunk of health, and survive long enough to win the game. And the fact that things don't have to be limited in what they do, I think it adds to that uncertainty of an open hand so much.
And totally. Also, something else that I thought about, and good point in the chat of Yu-Gi-Oh has a lot of activated abilities that are all on board, and I think that's kind of our point too, where Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon, I mean Pokemon especially, because Pokemon is very much like a Hearthstone-esque, where you can only do things on your
general.
Yeah, you can only do things on your turn for the most part. I'm sure there are some special exceptions. Where everything is on board. All of the information you need to know is on board. Where in Magic, everything matters. Like what's on board, how many lands you have, how many lands your opponents have, how many cards they have in hand, how many cards you have in hand, because there are spells that deal damage equal to the amount of cards you have in your hand to your opponent. And everything matters. And so when there are so many variables in a game, again, kind of brings us back, there's just an there's uncertainty baked into the game itself. And actually a point that I wrote down here, kind of delving into gameplay comparatively to Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, I guess Pokemon can also have this issue, but not Yu-Gi-Oh, not Lorcana, not Hearthstone. It's the idea of you don't have enough resources to play the game. It's because, in Magic, the resource that you mainly use to cast your spells are land cards. And land cards are shuffled into your main deck, your library. There are games, and I was playing the other night with a couple of friends, and a friend of mine did not had 2 lands in his opening hand, drew land the next 7 turns.
And you are effectively just out of the game in that scenario. Nothing you can do, which I think arguably is such an archaic idea that your resource is part of the game. Like, also by Wizard of the Coast, look at Duel Masters, where all of your creatures can be played as everything can either be played as what it is or as a source of resource, as a mana piece. And that is smoother game design. Or what was the game you were talking about where you can choose to draw from your resource deck or your main deck?
The game Force of Will, which I was gonna
Mm.
mention. So in that game, you can either choose to draw from your resource deck, which is I haven't played it in a while, but there's something like they're like mana stones or magic stones or something, and you can either choose to draw one of those or choose to draw a card. So you can either gain resources or gain cards, and it's a good system. I mean, the rules might have changed. Again, it's been a few years since I've played it. But in that game, you have a opportunity to have your resources be assured, right? You know you're going to get that resource. Yeah, like, I mean, I guess theoretically, Lorcana, which is a game that I just learned the other day.
I don't know how to play it at all, but enlighten me.
So the way their game resource is called ink, and the way you gain ink is by putting face down cards that have a special little circle with their ink cost up in the left hand corner. So you put those face down, and that becomes your ink pool.
Okay.
Or inkwell.
That makes sense. That's a name for it.
Yeah.
I do like inkwell better than ink pool, I'll say.
Yeah, it's probably called an inkwell. I don't remember the official terms. So there may be a scenario where you are drawing cards that cannot be turned into ink. So in that sense, your resources are pretty stymied. But the option to have your resource your card turn into a resource is is better. Actually, it's something that Magic has recently done with DFCs, with dual face cards or double face cards
that you can flip
MDFCs.
over to be a weak land or be kind of an overcosted version of another card on the other side, so that they're a little worse than a land or a little worse than a regular card, but because it can be both, it's worth including in a lot of decks.
Totally.
One thing I want to say though is, sorry, it is a weaker game design when it comes to playability, but I genuinely think, this is unironic that I'm saying this, I think a lot of the things that cost playability in Magic are the brave decisions that make it such a compelling game for me.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So, for instance, I think if you have a system like Hearthstone where your mana goes up automatically every turn, or a game like Brain Work, Force of Will, where you have a separate deck, I think you actually lose out on a few of the special design quirks that make you able to do fun stuff, like decks in Magic where it's almost entirely land and then a few cards that are reveal cards until you reveal a non-land card and something happens to let you get to a stupid combination. I think stuff like that, the flexibility that you can bend the rules in so many ways, it adds to the uncertainty that I love about Magic, because there's nothing you can take for granted with a Magic deck. Like, I played against someone who kicked my ass using an all-land deck. Had literally nothing but lands in the entire deck, and you can't really do that in a game that doesn't have your lands being able to pull double duty and be something other than a resource. And I don't think you can have your lands be something other than just a resource as this weird gambit if you have them, if their intention is to be a guaranteed and reliable font for all players to have equal access to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. I think the saying that the lands being a guaranteed resource definitely less, like, it makes them, I guess land, sorry, the definitely having a guaranteed resource
Mm-hmm.
makes them, I want to say, more powerful
Mm-hmm.
in terms of interacting with them, or it makes them like
Yeah.
less necessary when an opponent destroys them because you know you're going to get another one.
Well, I think
Sure, it switches momentum, but it definitely you're not like Magic where, for example, I have 3 lands, I've not been drawing lands the whole game. You destroy one of my lands, that's a game changer. I'm essentially out of the game now because now I'm one essentially whole turn. Now, if you really want to stack it up, 8 turns behind you.
But I think that highlights something about why lands being such an unreliable thing makes the design, for me at least, more interesting, because it shows that like there's a design space that becomes harder to work with in a game where resources are more certain. So if you have a certain guaranteed amount, yeah, you're right. Interacting with that system either becomes too powerful, where if the certain amount you're given is meant to be barely enough and limit you a lot, or it becomes meaningless. If your resource is meant to be abundant and constantly accessible, limiting that doesn't mean anything. Whereas Magic is in this middle ground where interacting with, getting extra access to mana, reducing your opponent's access to mana, punishing their access to mana, all of that is so easy for them to build around and create more systems for, so that every deck can interact with not just the game rules, but the resource system in entirely unique ways. And that's like, that's great. That's the uncertainty I'm talking about, that even at the beginning of the game, you don't even know if your opponent is going to be using the resource the game is built around in the normal way they're supposed to.
Yeah, exactly. And like Magic is 30 now.
Yeah.
So it has had 30 years of evolution and change. And actually, funny, way back at the beginning of this conversation,
Mm-hmm.
you mentioned traps and spells from other games that like
Yeah.
trigger on specific things.
Yeah.
That was a big design philosophy in early Magic. There's tons of cards that say play only when blockers are declared, play only when X happens. And they've kind of gone away from that because it I don't know. I want to say it reinforces gameplay and it makes it more exciting. It makes it more just the word of the day, the buzzword, uncertain. It makes it more open to what you can do, to the options spread before you of, I have a card that says deal 4 damage to target attacking creature. Okay, I can play that at any time. If my opponent's attacking me and I can get rid of it with this spell, great, cool, I can use it then. If I'm attacking my opponent and they have a card that exiles my creature, if it resolves, I can destroy my creature instead and make sure it goes to the graveyard if I need it for whatever scenario.
It gives huge amounts of extra things you can do.
Yeah.
And like, even if you're not going to use those most of the times, I think the design philosophy they moved into where you can think of your cards in versatile ways is so much more interesting. I'm also going to say, Axel MTG says that they haven't added a lot of ways to interact with your opponent's resource system in the past 15 years. I disagree. I think they haven't added a lot of ways to destroy your opponent's resource system over the last 15 years. I think they've added lots of different ways to interact with it, whether it's things that stop your opponents from searching their library when they're trying to play ramp spells, whether it's things that can tap down their permanents so that you can tap down their lands and force them to use them in inopportune phases, things that might coax them or punish them for tapping their permanents. There are a lot of ways they've had resource interaction other than destroying lands, because that's a feel bad experience. But I think it's still in the game and they still make a fair amount that does. it just feels different than like destroy all lands, which is just bad.
Yeah,
It's not a good
I wouldn't
feeling.
say it's bad, quote unquote, because bad is pretty
Yeah.
subjective. I've known lots of people who have built land destruction decks who get a gleeful smile every time
Look,
they resolve a mass land destruction
it's bad to
spell.
do to a person. And I'm gonna judge those people. I'm judging you for your one deck with mass land destruction.
Yeah. I mean, it only plays 2 of those cards.
Okay,
Don't
that's
worry
better
about
than
it.
some.
It only plays 2 of them because I want the games to end fast. But regardless, I do kind of agree that they have kind of gone away. Oh, hello, Fierce Boar.
Hello, Will.
Oh, now I've lost my point. Thanks, Will.
Will ruined the point.
About land destruction, about resource destruction in Magic, they've really kind of they've gone away from it because, as you said, it creates a feel bad experience, and they've kind of geared away from it, even though they printed Opposition Agent, but they've kind of geared away from that a little bit, so that more folks will have more fun playing the game, and you don't have scenarios where you all get a board set up. It's turn 10 of a already hour and a half, 2 hour commander game. Everyone is tired, and that one dude just slaps down mass land destruction. Everyone's, including their own, lands blow up. And now you're all stuck at stage at essentially turn 1 again, trying to rebuild. And like that person didn't. Yeah, that person didn't like win the game because of that. They just played it.
Isopod Shuffle's bringing up something core to what we're talking about. So I want to get to that after this point too.
Totally. And you sit there for another 3 hours, or actually, I'm not gonna lie, if that ever happened to me in the game's already last 2 hours and someone played that, I'm like, I'm done. I'm going home.
I forfeit. Yeah,
I'm tired.
You win. I mean, there is an actual strategy that some people have in all trading card games, which is make people forfeit by wasting their time.
And it has won games.
Anyone who has the patience to punish those people, I commend you, but it ain't me. I would rather play another game with someone else and just accept that I lost. Congratulations, your patience beat mine.
Sometimes I play the patience game and I end up winning, and they go, well, don't you feel silly? Lantern control. Oh my god. Yeah, no lantern control, please.
So, Isopod Shuffle, I love that name, but I think that's just because I love Golisopod, and your name reminds me of my good boy. Isopod Shuffle bringing up that the thing that's most different about Lorcana is there not being a stack at anything you could do on another person's turn to affect things. I think that's true of the majority of TCGs, that there is, at the very least, little you can do on your opponent's turn to affect stuff, and the things that there are, like we said, are fairly limited. Magic, the uncertainty principle I'm talking about, if you cast a spell and a player at the table has 2 blue open, you don't know if your card hits the board. You don't know if it even exists. You make up your plan, you have an idea of what you're going to do, and most of the time in Yu-Gi-Oh, you can be like, well, I think this is going to work, and there's one specific hand trap that might stop it. But for the most part, you can know with some certainty when you say something's going to happen, the result is going to be what you think. Magic gets rid of that at almost every opportunity. And it's the reason why, as much as people complain about it, and as much as I hate them hitting me, the counter spells you can cast without paying mana, other than Minor Misstep, I think are really good, because they double down on that uncertainty feeling of, even when your opponent is low on resource, I can't be certain I'm going to do what I say I'm going to do.
Yep. No, that's totally true. I had a Fierce Guardianship played on me the other day. Opponent was tapped out. They had their commander out. I tried to resolve a spell to get rid of their problematic commander, and they're like, Fierce Guardianship. It's a free counter spell. And I just had to be like, yeah, I guess so. I guess that gets countered.
I can't do anything about it.
and I can't. I just got to sit here and accept it. But yeah,
that feeling of never knowing if what you say you're going to do is going to work is like watching an actual play show, game nights the other day. Game nights are great. Everyone knows it though. I don't have to plug them. Where Brian Kibler goes to play a removal spell and everyone has a response to it. And there's this huge chain of people doing things. And at the end, he's the only one who lost anything and nothing worked out for him. I love that. I love a game that can make someone go to do something that'll hurt everybody at the table but them, and they're the only one who lost anything at the end of the interaction.
Yeah, that was a very, very funny moment. I that is stifle laughter on the bus.
But those moments are only possible in a game that gives you no certainty in anything that happens.
Yeah. And, actually bring up a good point there of how your opponents can like telegraph their interaction. And sometimes they're bluffing. Yep. And like, I know there's been plenty of times where I did not have a counter spell in hand, but I'm playing a blue deck and I just left 2 blue open. And I'm like, are you sure you want to cast that spell? Are you sure you want to do it? Or is that your choice? And then that scares people out of casting spells because it's the uncertainty of whether or not the spell's actually going to stick. Or like even saying, I run this card in my deck. Do you want to tempt it? Yeah. I mean, bluffing in TCGs is very powerful. It can be, as long as you're good at bluffing. But
I think it's more powerful in Magic than other trading card games because of that. How many things can fuck up a plan and how easy it is to take control of a situation because priority is given to the reactor, not the actor.
Yeah. It is. It's definitely a game where there are some times where this is going to sound kind of pretentious, but like it's true where you are sometimes playing 4D chess.
Yep.
Like you're worrying not only about what's on the battlefield, you're also worrying about what's in people's hands. You're also worried about, they drew 3 cards and I know what's in their deck. If you're playing at a tournament and they've got a deck list or, and you've seen the deck list before, you're like, okay, I know they run 4 copies of this counter spell or 4 copies of this removal spell, and they've left the mana open for that removal or that counter spell. And, I mean, the strategy I always take is just like make them have it. And if they have it, they have it.
Which I think is overall, unless you're very good at reading the moment and doing the mental math to figure out like 3 turns in advance, that's generally the right way to play.
Yeah.
Like you have to be very, very good at running the numbers of turns in advance to be better off making case-by-case decisions than just playing into it.
Yeah. Because, if they use it, they use it. Then they don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
Unless they have 2 in their hand, then I guess that kind of sucks. I've definitely run into that on Arena where I do a thing I'm like, oh, if they have a counter, they'll just counter this one. And they play another thing, and they had another counter. I'm like, okay, well, all right. I walked straight into that bus. Yeah. But yeah, like
something that I wanted to say also is one of the things that makes this feeling of uncertainty so good in Magic is all priority is given to the reactor, not the actor, as a way of creating more uncertainty. But almost never can you win the game by being reactive. So you have to put yourself in the weaker position to actually put yourself in a stronger state.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I would say like control decks kind of toe the line between being reactive and proactive. They're reactive in the early game, and then they're proactive in the late game.
But they still eventually need to be proactive, and they don't actually take control of the game until they step into that weaker state of being active.
Totally. Yeah. It's it's definitely interesting to really really dive into a control player's mind and archetype, because that is like that what they're trying to breed is just this uncertainty, right? Like they're trying to manifest and manifest it onto the opponents of, you don't know what I have. You don't know if your spells are going to resolve. You don't know if your things are going to stay on the table long enough to actually kill me with them.
Control players kind of make me realize, like, the uncertainty element of Magic is so powerful that, like, I don't think in my time playing a bunch of other TCGs, well, not a bunch, but like 3 or 4, I think 4 or 5, I don't think I ran into control archetypes at all. Like, mid-range, aggro, ramp, all of that type of, those types of builds I've seen in other things. I can't think of a TCG where I've played against what I would call, in Magic terms, a control deck.
I mean, I think I'm just trying to think of all the card games I've played a
You played more than I have.
superfluous amount of card games.
I've played Pokemon, Hearthstone, Yu-Gi-Oh. Can't remember the other one. The closest is again Marvel Snap. Like, that's the closest I can think of to Magic level, but that's because it uses Pokemon. I'm actually going to get into Pokemon later, the video game. It uses Pokemon, the video game style mechanics, where you both load in your turns at the same time, and that's how it gets the uncertainty that allows for control play styles. But Magic does that while still having it be taking turns.
Yeah, I mean, I will agree with Will that Hearthstone does have a lot of control decks, even though
looked like in Hearthstone when I played it, it wasn't really an archetype anyone was playing. Like,
I want to say it was the or the rogue was the control deck, if I'm remembering correctly. Will, correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a long time since I've delved into Hearthstone, and that might have been an old archetype, but I believe it was the rogue or the warlock. That was
when I played.
Okay, well, fair enough.
I played against rogue and warlock decks that would, like, do removal. They would have some traps, but it didn't really feel like a Magic control deck because, like, everything they were doing was still. It was almost always still stuff they were doing on their turn to change the board state, rather than creating situations where they were controlling how I was playing the game itself, which does feel fundamentally different to me.
I think I keep wanting to call it assassin, but rogue. I think rogue decks, as from what I remember, are the closest to what a Magic control deck, like what a prototype of a Magic control deck is. Early game control with late game finishers.
Oh, freeze mages
just accruing.
Freeze makes sense. It's a control like strategy.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that freeze mage. That does make a lot of sense. But like, good point, Axel. It's not knowing what your opponent is building. It's really like the uncertainty. I mean, literally, you could say the uncertainty starts when you crack open a booster pack. But the uncertainty does start when you sit down, whether it's 1v1 or a commander game. And you don't know what everyone is playing. Even in commander, even if someone shows you their commander, you go, oh, that's an Atraxa deck. It's 4 colors. It can be literally anything. Literally anything in those 4 colors that deck could be.
It's probably going to use some form of counter, but Magic is a game that's been going on so long, there are like 300 different counter play styles you could in theory make. Yeah,
like even I had an Atraxa deck that had nothing to do with counters.
My God.
0. It had
the gamble.
It was only because Atraxa had 4 keywords on it, and I was running a mutate deck where you creatures with mutate can hop on to a single creature. You create this giant physical Godzilla of a creature. So like it had nothing to do with counters. Yeah, sure, some mutate effects, and there was a little bit of counters, of course, because you're just in the colors where
Counters are going
plus
to
one
happen.
counters are abundant, but that wasn't the primary focus. The primary focus was like, oh, Atraxa has these 4 keywords on the card. That's a beautiful mutate target because it mutate you essentially carry the text box with every mutate card you put on that one stupid silly creature. And so, it just became this disgusting amalgamation that was very Phyrexian in flavor.
It feels like the Phyrexians would love Ikoria.
Yeah.
They're the Borg and
got owned.
Yeah, they're the Borg, and Ikoria is the world where biological entities just accidentally merge together all the time.
Or they just go too close to a giant rock and they grow like wings, or a third eye that shoots laser beams.
Truly, Ikoria is one of the worlds where now that you can leave, everybody should leave.
Yeah.
Don't stick around.
Nah,
that place sucks.
It's the Ozolith is now shattered, so there is no more giant rock that mutates creatures.
Well, that is good.
Yeah, I believe the I think that was the card that Ozolith shattered or something.
My wife opened one just as we were building.
Oh.
She has a preternatural ability to open relevant cards to whatever we're building at the moment and cards that she would love. And as we were building her a black-green +1/+1 counter deck, she opened Ozolith the Shattered Spire.
Perfect. Wow. Ikoria, we should. I mean, I think we should do an Ikoria episode at some point.
I would love.
Or Ikoria stream.
Like to do more lore episodes again. I'm thinking of. Yeah, I'm not sure. You don't need to be
Axel,
a planeswalker to leave anymore. Axel, you can just walk
Omen
around.
path. Well, okay, it's not quite that easy, but there are now things called omen paths that will open, and it's a gateway from plane to plane. It's now Wizards' excuse to have legendary creatures who are not planeswalkers show up in a different plane.
Now, granted, they've also been doing it for non-legendaries, which I love, like the random Vidalcan who showed up just like lost in Eldraine, which is exactly what I was hoping they'd do, is just have people lost and showing up like, where the fuck am I?
Yeah, he's like, I'm from Ravnica and I'm part of the Simic, and the people of Eldraine were like, that sounds made up. He's like, it should be.
You literally live in a fairy tale world, but okay, call me made up.
Yeah. So yeah, they now have omen paths where they're able to travel to any plane just by walking through.
This drifts away from our convo, but I so dearly want just a lost farmer in the future. I've said it to you before, but I just want I just want to be deep in Ixalan with dinosaurs, and you just have a peasant from Innistrad holding a pitchfork, looking really lost in the jungle with a dinosaur behind him looking curious. You just call it Lost Farmer, and that's it.
And then we cut away, and then we cut back, and he is riding that dinosaur and has become one with the dinosaurs. That would be my favorite thing, is that
you
one
make
card
him a legendary
he's lost.
creature, but you don't give him a name, and you just call him Lost Farmer Reborn.
Yeah, and he's a flip card. First is just Lost Farmer, and then next is Lost Farmer Reborn. Just him riding a bunch of dinos. That'd be hilarious. I would.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Hungary Cow. Oh God, that's so funny.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So back to talking about how uncertainty plays a role in Magic. Thinking about the actual like the format that you and I play a lot.
Yeah.
Commander. I mean, it's the most popular format in Magic right now.
I think
has been for the past couple of years.
I think it's the best casual format at the moment.
Yes, it is.
If Two-Headed Giant had more support, I think there'd be an argument.
Yeah. I love Two-Headed Giant. Oh, it's so
one of my favorite ways to play, but there's only one set built with cards for it specifically, and it's also just you have to have decks made in coordination, which makes it harder. But I do love it.
Yes, and as you said, there's only one set built around it, so it's tough building decks to help support each other when the cards that you have in the card pool of Magic, it's a very small selection of like being able to give your teammate something.
Yeah.
Um,
Which means it would be more powerful to just play from the 1-2-headed giant set, which is less fun than Commander, where you can build from all of Magic and be just as competitive, whether you built from all of Magic or specifically using a bunch of Commander-specific cards.
Yeah.
And even if you wanted Commander-specific cards, there's a fucking pile of them from all the precons.
Yeah, there's thousands.
Yeah.
But the Commander format itself, to me, is the epitome of uncertainty. As I mentioned before, as people sit down, they slap their Commander down. You go, oh, cool. That's a X Commander in those 3 colors.
Yep.
Yeah, I can read the ability on the Commander. Say if it's a Commander that searches their library for an enchantment that's 3 or less.
Mm-hmm.
So Zur the Enchanter.
Yep.
And puts it onto the battlefield. You go, oh wow, okay, so you have an enchantment deck. It could be the Zur combo deck that existed a long time ago in Commander's infancy, or it could be what they call the Zur cycle deck, which is just it's the right colors to fill it with a bunch of cycling cards, which you discard for a cost and draw a card, and then you've got a lot of cards on your board that interact with that mechanic. Or it really could just be Zur with a bunch of enchantments that don't do anything. They just want to put them on the battlefield for free. Like, it could be anything. There's
so much uncertainty with what people would include. Like, an example that comes to mind the other day, you were going to play Brass's Bounty and combo off in your Cascade deck, which, hey, I'm drawing a Cascade boy right now, which I think is Cascade deck, also a great example of uncertainty, but not knowing about deck building. The black, blue, red player passes priority, and you're like, oh, this is going to go off, and then I play with my white, green, black card, Lapse of Certainty, a card that kind of no one's expecting ever.
Yeah, the white counter spell. Yeah, no.
Well, don't get me wrong. I think you were right to expect that your spell resolved.
I was expecting, because the black-blue player was all tapped out. He had no mana up. I thought I was in the clear.
And there's this weird niche edge case, really overcosted, not very good counter spell they added in to, oh god, what set was that Lapse of Certainty got added?
I want to say Future Sight or
Time
Time Spiral.
Future Sight.
Let me...
But I literally threw it in my Miracul deck because I have nothing to protect my board from certain events.
Conflux.
Oh.
So a Lara block.
Yeah. I have nothing to protect my board from certain situations, and people aren't going to be expecting Abzan to have a counter spell. So even though it's overcosted and only puts it on top of their deck, I'm going to put this in here because I want to play on people's expectations.
And as you rightfully should, and not gonna lie, that Lapse of Certainty and Mana Tithe should be in more decks, because the amount of times that I've seen people tap out, slam down a big Craterhoof Behemoth or some other big creature spell, if someone would have had a Mana Tithe, that spell would have been countered, right? Like if because they never see it coming, especially in those colors that don't traditionally control. I built once upon a time a green-white control deck, which again are the kind of the opposite colors you think of when you think of control in Magic the Gathering. You usually think of red, blue, and black as like the hardcore control colors. I guess you could think of white.
I see white when it's with blue.
White, yeah. But not when it's with green.
No, then you expect like an army ramp deck.
Exactly. Yeah. But my deck was full of had Lapse of Certainty. It had Mana Tithe. There's another white counterspell that I can't think of at the moment. It also had, Generous Gift, Beast Within, the removal, like Path of Exile, Swords of Plowshares, Return to Dust, just removal, counter. It played a card by the name of Gaddock Teague that made, I believe, opponents can't cast spells 4 mana or greater, right? It shuts off big spells, so it was very untraditionally a control deck, and playing it against my friends, they fell into a lot of pitfalls because I did tell them that it was a control deck, but they just kind of forgot and turned off their brains because of the colors that I was playing.
And then if you start treating it like a control deck, you might forget that it can still do a lot of the things that green and white are known for.
Yeah. I mean, it feels pretty nice to be able to, sit with a couple creatures on board, 5-6 mana on turn 4 because you've ramped, and have counter spells and removal in your hand in green and white. It was a very interesting deck to build. Something that I might build in the future again, because it was because as time goes on, more and more of those pieces and cards will come out for in those colors that kind of fit into the green white control archetype.
I wanted to acknowledge. Sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, but kind of going back to Commander, because there are 3, 4, 5 players, that raises the level of uncertainty of, I want to play this one spell. There are 4 people. Say if all 4 of them are playing blue or playing white, or I think there's a counterspell in black, and there's a counterspell in red.
Though, I think.
Yeah. But so there's a counterspell in red.
Yep.
But like these 4 people have the potential to stop what I want to do. Or these 4 people have, can have a million type of moves they can do.
And despite that, you'll never win the game if you don't try to do something. Because, again, you need to act. You need to be proactive to eventually win, especially in Commander. In a 4-player game where everyone's building a board state and getting advantage, you can't just choke somebody out and then win because you've expended resources like you can in 1v1. Even when you're playing control, you need to be active as well.
Totally. And
that's kind of why I love Commander, is it forces you to often delve into your weakest position.
Yeah. No, it definitely encourage, and I mean the big thing also in Commander is politicking and like knowing, if someone's got a big laser cannon that they're pointing somewhere and they don't know where to point it to be, the worm tongue, the voice in their head being like, you should point that cannon over there, sir. Honestly, that person is the biggest threat.
After having watched Sean use it and using it myself, that's kind of why I've started to love my Kest deck, because twice now I've seen it pop off out of nowhere, and it's kind of fun that no one politics the laser cannon away before you fire it.
Yeah. I mean, they should.
They should.
Also, speaking about Axel, I
wanted to get to Axel's comment because I that gets to something I want to talk about too. You started though.
Totally. I was just gonna say, I don't play a lot of 60 card formats like standard or modern or legacy. I'm more of like a draft or sealed player. Mm-hmm. But I do also enjoy kind of like knowing what's in the format and then seeing their draft deck, their deck in game 1, and if they win, which I know this is going to sound weird, but I almost like it if they win game 1, just because it lets me see how their deck wins. I mean, I would prefer to win game 1 and them to win game 2 if they had to win somewhere, but I don't mind losing game 1 because it allows me to see, hey, this is how their deck wins. This is how I can, maybe sideboard to beat it. And of course, sealed, more likely you really have no idea what they've opened. Draft, you have a better idea because my draft pods are usually pretty small. So we only have 1 pod, so I've seen every card that has gone by, so I kind of have an idea of what's out there. But yeah, no, it's a fun thing to do.
honestly, figuring out what is in an opponent's deck in draft, especially smaller closed circle friend drafts, I love so much. One of my favorite things in a friend draft is when I see a card I didn't see because it got picked before the decks got to me and it wasn't even on my radar, and it shakes up my entire, like, getting fucked up because there's a card I didn't know was out there in a format where I'm expecting to know all the cards in play is such a unique feeling.
Yeah. And like,
it's what I love about closed drafts is the occasional, oh my fucking god, surprise of like, this got picked up before it reached me.
Yeah, I guess if you're sitting in an 8-person draft, the 8th person's pack, you won't see 8 cards that were, or, sorry, 7.
Even if you're fourth person, think about this, right? If you're in a 4-person, there is 1 card you didn't see from the person to your left for the first pack, 2 cards you didn't see, 3 cards you didn't see. That means there's a total of 18 cards you never saw.
That's fair. That's a lot of cards.
Yeah. So you have this feeling of certainty that you're talking about. Like, you feel certain about what's out there because you're like, yeah, I saw all the cards, but you didn't. There are 18, likely the 18 best cards from every pack but yours you never saw.
That's true. Or potentially best cards.
Potentially
best. You never know. You might have the packs, to your left. Or if it's the first round of drafting, they might have opened the god packs, right? Yeah. But again, you're right. You just don't know. You don't know those 18 cards that have been drafted.
And it's definitely 18 cards that gravitate towards the better side of the draft pool.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I love being like, I have a good idea of what's out there, but not a perfect idea.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I enjoy that too. That's one of the reasons why I do enjoy draft and limited is also I'm terrible at matchups. That's why I cannot play
1v1
sanctioned 60 card formats, because it's like, cool. I mean, I also don't have enough money to put down on actually playing those formats.
It's why I've thought about getting into Pauper, because then you can challenge yourself to learn matchups and get good at sideboarding and all of those little niche elements of the game. But also it's like a format where some of the best decks plus a sideboard are like 30 Canadian dollars.
Yeah. No, that's much easier to swallow than 1,500 for some formats.
Even like Pauper Storm decks are only like $70.
Yeah, I mean, there are some Pauper decks. I believe Pauper Eldrazi,
which is
or
wild.
Pauper Cullis, was getting up close to 100 or over 100 because of a couple of cards. But like, it is a really cool, and that's kind of why, I mean, again, derailing it a little bit. That's why I super like Pauper Commander, where you have an uncommon commander, because they've printed a million of them by now. Back in the day, it was any uncommon creature.
And it's the one uncommon you can use is your uncommon commander.
Yes, and everything else in your deck has to be common.
I know what I'd run, and it's a terrible, terrible idea. I should make a Pauper Commander deck. That just sounds fun. It's not the best choice, but I love what's her? I can't remember her name, but daughter of Sakiro. It's an uncommon commander from Champions of Kamigawa, one of the first sets I ever bought a pack to, and she just gives your shamans the ability to tap for 2 green, and I've always wanted to build a deck for her. And Shaman Tribal Mono Green Pauper Commander sounds really fun.
Yeah, no, it's like, I think I agree with Sachi. Perfect. Agree with
Sachi.
That there's so many unexplored archetypes and cards, and like, if you really delve deep into the commons, especially old commons, there's a lot of stuff there that a lot of folks have missed. Also, with all these new Masters sets coming out, they're downshifting a lot of cards.
Yes,
So
like oh boy, what's it called? The one with flashback, sacrifice 3 creatures. I'm so excited it's common.
oh, that's common
Dread
now.
Return.
Oh, I wasn't.
Dread Return got a common
Yeah,
reprint in Commander Masters.
Oh, that card is so good.
Yeah, right? Isn't that so cool
Yeah.
for Pauper?
Yeah, no, that's really cool. Yeah, no, so I agree. And also that kind of like goes into what I was saying before about someone yeah, Popper Cube's great. Someone could show up with an uncommon commander, not tell you anything about that, but you should definitely in Commander have that conversation about what the deck does, so everyone's kind of on the same page about power level and such.
Yeah.
But someone could show up with an uncommon commander, slap it down, and you don't know whether that's a Pauper deck or if it's a high-tuned CEDH deck. You don't know until they start playing.
Something I wanted to go back to, what we're talking about uncertainty, that I meant to bring up earlier. If I can guide us back to that.
Sure.
I had this thought that uncertainty is kind of integral to every single trading card game, where you never know what you're going to draw. Like, that's just baked into it, that there is an uncertainty. You don't always have access to the same things, and a game can often come down to one lucky draw where you get the exact right thing. I think that feeling feels better in Magic because of how present uncertainty is in every other element of the game.
I can agree.
Like, because the entire game is played without a feeling of certainty, I feel like the one lucky draw feels better, with the exception being it's hard for anything to match Pokemon when you draw a prize card and that wins you the game.
Well, yeah, you don't really draw a prize card though. You take it. I mean, technically, it's drawing. Yeah. It's a separate pile.
Yeah,
it's a separate little stack. It's not even a stack. It's a grid.
But it is taken from your deck.
It is at the very beginning. Yeah.
So I don't know. Getting a prize card and that winning you the game feels like that. Yeah, that's wild.
That is pretty good. It does. I mean, that literally wins you the game.
Yeah.
Whereas.
Oh, I just meant like if you if the card you get from the prize cards is puts you in position to win, like that, because it's from the mechanic of moving the game forwards. It just feels extra cool.
Yes. Yeah. It's the I got this prize card, and now I can push the gas on even further and get more prize cards.
Yeah,
great.
Actually, Axel FTG brings up that like companions are kind of antithetical to Magic.
Okay.
Hear me out on this, right? I thought companions were so cool because the idea of restructuring your deck building as a limitation to get access to a creature, when I found out they'd added that to standard Magic, I thought it was awesome. And then I learned a little bit more about how busted they were and how much they needed to errata them, and I was like, well, that makes sense. It's such a powerful feature. I'm thinking about it now, and I think they're bad. I think they're cool, but bad for Magic specifically. We've been talking about how uncertainty is great because you don't know what your opponent has as a resource and you don't know what's in their deck. Companions kind of break both of those two things. You have a huge piece of information of what is in their deck, with the exception of the one where you have to include an extra 20 cards, which increases uncertainty. But for the most part, they tell you a bit about the structure of the opponent's deck, and they also add an element of certainty where they always have access to one specific card.
I mean, I would say, because companions were, from what I've been told and what I've gleaned from the onlines, which you always have to be a little think about it for a little bit, but it does make sense that Commander being the popular format that it is, maybe there was a design talk of how do we inject commander into standard, right? Because commander, it's the same thing. You will always have access to that commander, unlike a companion, where once the companion is part of your deck in hand, it acts as a normal card. It goes back to the graveyard, or it goes if you get shuffled into your rat library, right? Like it acts as a normal card.
But you've talked about some things that add uncertainty to commander, in that while your deck building is limited for color identity, it's not limited in how you build it. Your Atraxa is different than anybody else's, right? You came up with a weird way to push it. As mutate, to use her keywords rather than her end of turn ability that people build around, which I've never heard of other than you doing it, and I think that's the first I'd heard of it. That's awesome. I love it. But companions do the opposite, where instead of it being a singleton format where there's 100 cards and you never know it's going to be drawn and it could be built in any direction, they actively tell your opponent what kind of deck you've built. This is a deck where all my spells cost 3 mana, or this is a deck where nothing costs more than 2. This is a deck where I don't play more than one of the same card. Like, they give this is a deck with all activated abilities. They give an extra piece of information about how you built the deck and reduce uncertainty.
And you know what? You're right. I don't think I'm like disagreeing with the fact that they take uncertainty away, because you're right. They 100% do. Like when you're building around a companion, your opponent knows 100% what. Even if you're adding the 20 cards, if you're playing Yorion, in Modern, because there was a Yorion deck for a hot minute in Modern, you know exactly what they're doing. You know, they're playing the Yorion deck. Okay, so they probably have lots of planeswalkers. They probably have lots of removal. They probably, there's been 50 deck lists that all play the same. I guess now it would be 80 cards, but they all play the same, say, 30 cards in that specific archetype. Same with Lurison Legacy.
Yeah.
The ability to be like, oh, okay, so your entire deck is just 0 drops. Great. And I'm gonna lose on turn 1 or 2. But I don't know. I guess the know that you have this card in your hand every game. Yeah. No, and I agree. The game, the following steps of like.
But you're right. I didn't think about that angle enough. That you have an element of certainty that you're not waiting for luck of the draw to get a card you need. You always know you have access to this.
Yeah,
I definitely wasn't thinking of that significantly enough.
Yeah, I mean, and this just kind of proves the point that Wizards has kind of already admitted, is that companions were not thought through enough. They were thought through a little bit, but they just didn't quite push it to where they needed to push it. I mean, this was probably the same design cycle, if my memory serves me right, where Oko came out just a little bit before Ikoria, right? Because Ikoria was the spring and Throne was the previous fall. Unless I'm dumb and I don't know how time works.
What I find funny is I actually like companions and commander still, because the entire having to have it be singleton makes things better in general, because the entire format is built around the idea of having constant access to one creature and then a deck built to support them, but the deck is singleton, so you don't have any guarantees about what you have. Whereas that's really not the feeling that Modern or Standard are built around.
No. And like I mean, not being, in the Modern sphere, or I mean the non-existent Standard sphere, as I've heard.
It might come back.
It might. I mean, I think
if anything was going to do it, it's Wilds of Eldraine. I think this set is stellar.
I mean, I love this set. I love everything about this set. I think adventures are really cool, and actually, bringing it back to our topic, adventures add another level of uncertainty.
Yeah.
Just because now there are more cards that do a bunch of things.
You effectively, it's like when you have modal spells in your deck, it's as though you have 3 cards in that slot from your opponent's perspective. An adventure, you effectively have 2 cards in that slot because it can do 2 different things, or even one thing and then another thing to do both.
Exactly. I think adventures are a fantastic design, and I am glad though that they have pretty much limited it to Eldraine and D&D.
Yeah.
I think D&D had a couple of adventure
not
cards.
Not the first one, but the Baldur's Gate one.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate. Yeah. But yeah, like I don't think it should be in every single set, because then, you know, we'll definitely will run into some problems. But I think it adds a beautiful complexity to the game, and again, your opponent has creatures and spells, but now they have creatures that are also spells.
I'll say, while I think it should be limited and not be like an evergreen thing to the point that it shows up all the time, I think you could get away with making a couple of them in Zendikar. Like, not making it a theme with things that are are adventures matters, but like 4 or 5 adventure cards in Zendikar, I think would be good.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think making another plane associated with the archetype of adventures, or I don't think that would do anything good for adventures, and would make them less special.
Yeah.
I mean, opposed to, that's kind of what they said about full art basics, or what people said about full art basics, and now, we get them almost every single set.
Full art basics have become more special to me because now they fuck with them more and make them weird.
Yes.
So they actually because they're different every time. Every set I'm like, what are the full art basics going to look like? I'm so excited.
I mean, I'm sitting right beside a pile of full art basics that I have yet to put away because I am a monster. Damn. But
Axel's
going through them,
notes. Tutors were what I wanted to talk about next.
Yeah. No, I have that down on my list too. A little further down. We actually jump right into tutors.
I don't feel like I need to talk about companions anymore. Companions, I will say, is just you, Axel. You're responsible for me realizing companions should be discussed. Tutors were on the list.
Yeah. I also kind of forgot about companions. I've never, because playing Commander, companions in my circle of Commander players, they never come up. Just because it limits deck building, and Commander, in my opinion, is all about creative deck building. It's just my opinion. It's not the entire format, but I think it's more about expressing yourself through deck building. If you're a very competitive, hardline, like win all the time player, then your deck's going to reflect that. But if you're like, I want to build a deck where all of the cards have a person with a hat, then that's just your vibe, and you are more than valid to build that kind of deck. But companions limit that, unless they're Lutri.
The only one fair. The only one I've wanted to build is I'm currently slowly putting together is the one who reduces the costs of activated abilities, because only using creatures with activated abilities is kind of what I was going to do for what's his face anyways, the one who makes your activated ability creatures able to tap for mana to activate abilities. Like, that was genuinely already my plan, was to include only creatures with activated abilities. The only thing it changed is I don't have the ooze who gains the activated abilities of creatures in your graveyard anymore. That's the only difference.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, truly, that's the one change it made me make.
Oh, Rebel Zerta. That's pretty great.
Yeah. It's fun. Gonna have fun putting that together, bit by
bit. Zerta is a fantastic companion, and I would have made Zerta I guess I theoretically could. makes her the companion of my red-white deck. But
Axel, you've great taste.
Yeah.
Just, you know, I'm almost never, Travis knows this, I'm almost never going to remember the name of a Magic card. There's too many of them. I'll say what it does. Yeah. I'll vaguely describe it.
And sometimes that's all you need to do. That's the rest of us who play get it.
So let's talk tutors.
So
tutors are a weird one for me because they add certainty to a game about uncertainty at its core. I don't think they necessarily do it in an unhealthy way, but despite that, I never use them anymore because, except for Tiamat, because I found myself disliking them.
So tutors are a weird thing when it comes to talking about certainty and uncertainty because, as you said, they make the uncertain certain. Like, you know what cards you're going to grab.
Yeah.
You know that card's going to be in your hand.
I found them making my games more boring.
And I think, actually, Axel had a good point earlier about companions, and I feel like it kind of applies to tutors as well, where games just feel more repetitive. Like you're always say you're playing a combo deck, and now I'm speaking strictly from a commander perspective, but even in modern, back when Saheeli Cat combo was a thing. Was there a tutor in that deck? I'm pretty sure there was. But regardless, like, you're playing a combo deck, you're always going to tutor for your combo piece 9 times out of 10, unless you're in a bind and you go, I need a tutor for a removal spell. I need a tutor for a land, which I have done before. It feels bad, but sometimes you got to do it.
The thing that makes them feel... Sorry, you go. You finish your thought.
I was just going to say, even like technically ramp spells are also tutors.
But if they say basics, or if they say forest or whatever, nobody considers them a tutor spell. Like, something that searches a specific land is different.
Yeah.
Even then, I do run one of those in a Maze's End deck.
Of course.
It's a gate. It's a gate deck. Maze's End isn't the goal, but it's an alternate win condition, so having the option.
Yeah, like, if if we're just limiting the definition of tutor to searching for for a non-land card, so like instant, sorcery, creature, like, in my games found that tutors I would always use to find my win con, find the card that's going to win the game, instead of, as I said, 9 times out of 10, you're finding the card that's going to win the game. That 1 time out of 10, you're finding whatever you need in that moment, and that takes kind of the uncertainty. Takes the uncertainty out of the uncertainty. Like, you are telling the game, no, I am in control now. This game is my game now. So I'm telling the game how to play.
I think that goes a few ways, because on one hand, part of the core concept of Magic is it's a game of fairly simple core rules, and what's complicated is the cards are designed to break the rules, not operate within them. So you have to negotiate. All the complexity comes from negotiating all of these different rule breaks together and trying to make sense of them all. And that's why the rules end up being complex, rather than there being a bunch of complex systems with specific rules that you operate within. Now, tutors breaking the rules by adding certainty makes sense, and you're spending a resource to gain certainty. You are spending mana, you are spending a card, you are losing card advantage, you're not moving board state forwards. So I don't think they're unbalanced, and I don't think they don't belong in the game. But to me, they'll always make it less fun, because it's the uncertainty that Magic is built around that makes it so fun for me. That piece of the core of the game that you don't know what's going to happen, that you don't have control, I find thrilling. It's where my satisfaction with the game comes from. And It's why I love playing decks where I'm looking for a win condition, where I haven't figured out ahead of time. I don't build my deck going, I win the game by playing this card, ever, because I'll have less fun that way. I like to find my path to victory in the game, which is probably why I don't win that often. But when I do, I feel better about it because I pulled some bullshit, mixed a couple cards together, and came up with it in the moment.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of my philosophy too about tutors, is like I don't run tutors in my deck because I want every game to feel different.
Yeah.
That's what I like. My two favorite decks that I love to play. One is, two is fetch lands. As I was saying, ramp spells are technically tutors.
Yeah, but come on. They do not fit the same space as what we're talking about. And yes,
no,
I do
don't,
tutor for Maze's End sometimes, but like, look, everyone has to have an exception.
As I was saying, my two favorite commander deck archetypes to play is Chaos and Clones. Because for me, those two decks give me different games every single time. I guess Cascade kind of too, but my Cascade deck is built in such a way that like I know when I hit a certain card, I just win the game.
Unless you get exceptionally unlucky, and then that didn't happen.
Yeah. yeah. Unless I don't hit that card after cascading 6 times and don't draw
Being left with like 14 cards in your deck and you never hit it.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that time. But the reason why I like those two decks, Clones, is because whenever I sit down at a table, I know my deck can compete with everybody else's deck because it automatically scales to what everybody else is playing. If everyone is playing pauper cards, I guess all my clones are now pauper. Like they're all now fun commons and uncommons, or like uncommon commanders, common cards and such. So I don't ever feel like I am too strong for a pod or I'm too weak for a pod. I can sit down and know that my strength is equal to everybody else's. Saying that, looking at the other deck, Chaos. Now that deck, I haven't built one in a while. I had one for a very long time, and then my play group got really mad at me, and they told me, "Don't ever play that deck ever again. We hate you." And so for those who don't know, what Chaos decks want to do is they want to break the pattern of play of everybody at the table. They say, "Oh, you want to cast that particular spell? Actually, it's not that spell. It's a different spell you're casting.
Let's see what you get. Oh, hey. We don't know. Let's go on a journey together."
There's been plenty of times where I have made someone cast, like they were casting just another smaller creature. They shuffled it in their deck and they flipped over the top card and they were actually casting their win con. And so they ended up winning the game. But stuff like that happens. That is Chaos. That is me taking uncertainty to the max.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Decks that fully lean into that element of Magic say, this is a game built on uncertainty, and boy, are we playing it.
Yeah.
I find that very fun. I find it entertaining. I think it's some of the most... You can't do it every time because it just gets tiring.
No.
But every once in a while.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If there are games where everyone is playing Chaos, like those, as I was talking about earlier, like it's turn 6 and it's been 2 hours. Like those are the kind of games that happen because one person casts a spell and then someone's enchantment trigger saying, well, no, you don't cast that spell. You actually cast a different spell. And then when they cast that spell, someone else says, well, actually, you don't cast that spell. We all get to cast that spell except for you.
Oh, God, yeah. Stacking replacement effects.
And it just goes on like that for the entire game. But for me, I very much enjoy taking the principle of uncertainty and being like, now everybody has it forever. None of you get to do what your decks want to do. You're going to do what the Chaos Gods decide.
We're on
So
Mr.
have
Bones'
fun.
wild ride, and we're strapped the fuck in.
Yeah. Maybe I should make a chaos deck again.
You should.
Talking about it makes me want to make it again
So,
because I have a Go deck that I might keep together for a little bit and then turn it into pure chaos.
I feel like, though, even though your Cascade deck wins when a certain creature drops from numerous Cascades, I think Cascade decks highlight how fun uncertainty can be and how Magic is built to exemplify it. Because you can defy the resource system of the game with certain builds like Cascade, and the dude I'm drawing, Maelstrom Wanderer, is the like poster child of Cascade just because of being a creature with Cascade, which lets you get free spells, lets you get free creatures, free possibly creatures, possibly other stuff, but more importantly, giving you all your creatures haste, meaning they can act the turn they come out and win you the game. And the reason I felt like drawing him when you offered it as one of the options for uncertainty is because of our game recently, where all you needed was for one of the many, many Cascade triggers you got to be Maelstrom Wanderer to win, and this fucker left you. He abandoned you. He left you in your time of need.
He left me on red. Son of a bitch. I called him and I saw him. He saw the text. He saw it, but he didn't respond.
If Cascade is played fairly true. But like the fact that you could be put in the situation where, in theory, this should be the stomping win moment where you get to crush, and just because this guy didn't show up, letting your creatures attack, you ended up losing to what was on that turn a spent Spellslinger deck by a goblin throwing rocks at your head.
Yeah, turns out, oh my god, why can't I think of his name? Gutter Snipe. Turns out Gutter Snipe is a good card.
That's him. Gutter Snipe is a very fun, good card.
He's just.
And speaking of uncertainty as well, that type of deck that Sean was playing of mine is another way of leaning into uncertainty in Magic that makes the game more fun for me. It's why I play it, which is explosive, either Grixis or Izzet, red, black, blue, Spellslinger decks, where the idea is it's just going to pop off and do shit, but you don't really know what's going to happen because you're drawing into what you're casting as you're casting, so you're just going like, all right, it's time to spin the wheel and seeing what happens. I love that. I love explosive combos where you start it and you're like, I don't know if this is going to work, but we're just going to try.
Yeah, and like I also very much enjoy that too. Where that becomes unfun because there is a point that you'll hit where it does become unfun. You sit there and a deck can spin its wheels forever, and then what ends up happening is that you don't do anything. Like you spin your wheels and you know, cue the truck. The truck got stuck, right? And you just kind of sit there in the mud, and your opponents are angry at you because it's been 15 minutes, and you're like, I got nothing to show for it. Pass the turn. But it also kind of plays into the uncertainty of the game itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have a deck that may or may not have recently won my own deck tournament, where it's there's a archetype in Magic called eggs. It's a fantastic name for a deck archetype. Essentially, what it is you play a bunch of zero cost spells. For simplicity's sake, you play a bunch of zero cost spells, and then because you've played these spells, you've drawn a bunch of cards, and then you return them all to your hand, and then you do it again.
Okay.
And you repeat that. And you might have a win con of like, if you have no cards in your library and you try to draw, you win the game. Or you might have another win con of whenever a permanent enters the battlefield, your opponent takes the top card of their library and puts it into their graveyard. Something like that, right? So you do that infinitely and you'll just win. Now, I have a deck that is built around that strategy of I have a commander where she says whenever you cast a historic spell, which is artifact, legendary, or saga, you draw a card. And so the whole deck is just really low-cost artifacts, and then artifacts that make artifacts cost less, so you get to a point where almost all the artifacts in your deck are free. You play them all, you draw a bunch of cards, you play more, you draw more, and you either win because you've played a bunch of spells, so you have a giant laser cannon that can destroy people, or you've drawn your deck and you have, the win con I said before, where if you were to draw from an empty library, you win instead of lose.
Mm-hmm.
The issue that deck can run into my deck in particular, because it isn't built to the extreme level of consistency of, there will never be a dead draw, is that sometimes you just draw lands. And there's cards that let you play cards off the top of your library, and sometimes it's just lands. And so there are times where the deck was trying to go off, and it would just bump into a stack of lands in the middle of the deck. And there are cards in there to shuffle the deck. Sometimes, and it got shuffled, still more lands. And that is just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And, it's not fun to sit through, and it's even worse to be told, like, oh yeah, I don't win. The game is still going. We've just wasted, 20 minutes sitting here.
I think that's very fair, and that is some of the worst moments in that kind of build. For me, it's always worth it for the not knowing what'll happen and the usually making progress, but it does feel bad. Axel MTG is also pointing out that their girlfriend had a Maelstrom Wanderer deck that felt way too consistent and unfun to play against. And all of this has got me going back to thinking about tutors and whether they add good or bad consistency. And what I've kind of come to think about is I think it's just good that in Magic, tutors aren't an expectation. There are things some people do to try to tame the game down and be more consistent, but it's not a need. It's not the staple. Even in Standard, where tutors are often played, you were looking at decks earlier, uncertain if they had a tutor or not, and I'm thinking about things like Yu-Gi-Oh!, where, like, it's basically seen as required to be running specific tutors, but not even that. It's tutors that tutor a specific card, so that the whole goal of the deck is to have these cards search their buddies out that will piece together the game in the right way. And that, to me, is genuinely boring. And I really like that Magic is a game where the premise is I can try to fight certainty, but it costs resources to fight for certainty, to gain certainty. And alternatively, the game will just work well by leaning in and accepting luck of the draw and that I can't control what will happen.
Yeah. I mean, I also do. I like the idea that you can play a very consistent build, a very consistent deck that does the thing you want it to do very consistently.
Mm-hmm.
But I also, as you're saying, I also like that you can build a deck that you have no idea what it's going to do. You just threw a bunch of cards in a pile. They have like some sort of loose strategy tying them together, but you have no idea what's going to happen. And that can also still win you the game.
Yep.
Because I mean, it can also lose you the game. And probably if you ran the numbers, it's probably going to lose you more games than it's going to win you. But, when you win a game, not being able to control your fate, like, I agree with you. It feels better. Like, it feels like, oh, wow, I either really earned this victory, or like, holy geez, maybe this deck's better than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
But it kind of like fills you with a more sense of accomplishment, for me anyway, I guess. For me,
No,
it fills me with a better
agree.
sense of accomplishment of, I didn't have the best cards and that's why I won. I won because either my skill, or I won because of X reason, or it's like, oh, I drew the right card at the right time and the heart of the cards exists.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what you take away from it.
I don't win often, like I said. Like, I definitely win less than a quarter of the games I play. So I 100% agree with you because I play, like, first of all, to have fun and do funny things, but also for that feeling.
Yes.
Like, my second victory ever at a four-person pod was recently with you, where I won because of drawing 41 cards off of Azuri's Predation and Shamanic Revelation together. And I think, other than Katrina, who I think is at a comparable level to my decks for the most part with their deck, I think I have the weakest decks at the table. Like, I think you and Tristan's decks are stronger than mine. And winning
I
off
think
of
Tristan's
combos,
decks are stronger than mine. So
I think
that's
Tristan's decks are stronger than yours sometimes. Stronger than the ones you bring.
yeah. Yes.
Not stronger than the ones you have necessarily. I think he's highest power level at our table. But I think I'm tied for lowest power level. And when my deck won by doing a janky combo and putting together the pieces right, finding the strategy in the moment, and then instead of tutoring for the perfect hand, discarding fucking 40 cards down to the perfect hand, that felt really good. I was like, yeah, I made it work. I put the pieces together and I found a win con. And that's the feeling I want to play for. Not, yeah, the cards that are an instant win did the instant win.
Yeah. And to like answering Axel there, thoughts on like glass cannon decks. In Commander per se, because I can't really speak to other, as I said, to the other formats. But
I'll speak
if someone
to
has a
bit
glass,
because I've been looking to the history of glass cannon decks lately.
yeah. Okay. So for Commander having like just like a glass cannon, like I go out and I do a thing. So I guess you would to build an optimized glass cannon deck. Obviously, you'd want it to be consistent. You want to be able to get to that point where you can blast that glass cannon, where you can load up. Usually, it's Voltron decks that are more glass cannony than anything else. But sometimes it's Spell Slinger. Sometimes you set up that one turn where you're like, blah, 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 blah. Cool, great. You're not dead. Oh no.
Oh no, I lose. I didn't kill you. I lose.
Yep. Yep.
I think my Kess deck is a Spell Slinger glass cannon. Honestly, like,
I mean, that's kind of tough because Kess in her
Kess adds recursion, so your hand is never as unloaded as a lot of Spell Slingers. Yeah,
exactly.
It doesn't quite have the fires only once a feeling. Other than that, it does, of the trying to build up to the one turn kill, and if you don't get it, it's been great playing with y'all lads.
I would say I have a deck that's pretty close to a glass cannon. It's a card by the name of Rionia Fire Dancer, where 3 red for a human wizard. Her ability is, at the beginning of combat on your turn, create X +1 copies of a target creature of another creature you control, where X is the amount of instants and sorceries you have cast this turn.
Okay.
So her whole shtick is to have one big explosive turn with a creature that you want to copy, is the way I've built the deck. So it kind of is a glass cannon, because if it goes off on that one turn and it doesn't take out a couple of opponents, then I have to get really lucky on draws. Yeah. I'm praying to the magic gods to give me more red spells to cast. And that doesn't run any tutors. It doesn't run any like it's mono red, so there's no real like land ramp. It's all, again, stuff you do in that one turn, where you just have a bunch of spells that give you mana. So, I feel like, and so as I said, like it isn't a consistent glass cannon deck. So there are times where I'll be sitting twiddling my thumbs for 6-7 turns and maybe not even have the right pieces to go off. Whereas Kess, I will bring forward because you mentioned her, you can build her as a glass cannon, but she always has a way to bounce back because of her just innate ability to give
Exactly.
you flashback on your spells.
Which is
Like
kind of
that.
why I built it to be glass cannony, because the big issue I have playing glass cannon spellslinger decks is that feeling of, oh, I didn't quite do it and there's no recovery. Like, I think there's a reason that we've seen that deck win twice now, despite a bad start both times, which is it's a spellslinger glass cannon deck where the commander just gives you a little bit of help reloading.
Yeah. Like, and that's kind of why I don't
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
not
really
quite a
call it a
glass
glass
cannon, even if
cannon.
you build it like one.
Yeah, just because Kess herself makes it so that you don't automatically just your defenses are all down. I mean, Spell Slingers is, I would say, a glass cannony archetype,
Yeah.
because in order to go off, you usually go off like you get that one turn.
Well,
You get that one turn to go off, and if you don't win,
but the
then you're
reason I bring
usually
up
dead.
that Kess deck, though, is because I have specifically put in a lot of explosive mana generation and storm cards
Yeah.
and exile until end of turn. And all of that together is how you put together a glass cannon spellslinger. It's just there's only so much glass cannon you can be when Kess says, hey, all those spells you just cast, one of them can come back and hope to get you momentum again.
Yeah.
Like, she definitely makes it hard to really call that a proper glass cannon.
Yeah. But I think the fact that a glass cannon deck can be consistent to a point.
Yeah.
Like, you are consistently going, if you build a glass cannon deck efficiently, you're going to consistently get to the point where you're going to blast off your glass cannon. You're going to shoot your glass cannon at somebody or the entire table. And if you win, you win. Cool, great. And if you don't, then, at least you had fun putting together your cannon.
Well, I honestly love glass cannon decks. I think they're really important because this is a game where, like I said, all priority is given to the reactor rather than the actor. It's the core premise of Magic. So I think decks that lean fully into being the actor despite that and putting momentum into the game are incredibly important to have. I think it's incredibly important for the ecosystem of the game to have people playing where they are ignoring that aspect where they will have more power if they try to stay in the reaction zone and dedicate to one big series of actions.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's just good to have.
Yes, I agree. I feel, because listening to a lot of Drive to Work by Mark Rosewater, their design philosophy really kind of centers around kind of making sure. I mean, a lot of it it's mostly, he talks mostly about like the draft, because when you design a set itself, a lot of it is designed like to be draftable, because that's how you're supposed to crack open draft packs. You're supposed to be drafting
I think
them.
it's the best. If you're not going to design for standard, design for draft. It's kind of where I'm feeling.
Yeah. And so cards that encourage interaction with creatures and players and such are like, they're looked at more favorably than not. So I agree with you.
All right. I think I'm about done here. Do you have any final thoughts that you want to leave off on?
Well,
One Piece Secret Lair or Universes Beyond. I would not want a One Piece Universes Beyond. That's too much One Piece, as much as it's my favorite media. It's not. I'm very vibe specific when it comes to what I want in Magic. I love Warhammer 40k in Magic. I love Lord of the Rings in Magic. I hate Walking Dead in Magic. I would love a One Piece Secret Lair as long as there are very quickly or pre-existing universes within versions.
I mean, there will be. They've already said going forward that every Universes Beyond like
Secret
unique
Lair.
card set, there will be for Secret Layers, there will be eventually a Universes Within version of all those cards.
I would want it to be fast, you know? I don't want the meta to involve playing Monkey D. Luffy.
I mean, I don't really either, but that's for different reasons. You know what? One Piece, sure. Like we've already done Fortnite, so like
the big problem is
anything is possible.
The biggest issue with it is apparently the One Piece trading card game's really good.
And that's what I've heard too. I've heard it's quite good, but I've also heard that the
So it's
Final
unlikely to
Fantasy
die.
card game was good. I mean, it's kind of dying,
Oh.
or it might be dying here, but it might be still popular in Japan. I know the Final Fantasy card game was popping off in Japan, but we're getting Final Fantasy Magic cards at, I think, in 2 years or something.
Okay, so no, One Piece isn't off the table if they're willing to do stuff that has card games. That's big news.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would love a One Piece Secret Lair. I play Grixis Pirates already. Like, I have a Grixis Pirates deck. It's not very good. It's one of my least tuned decks. I have not been able to make it work, but I desperately want to. And I want to throw Blackbeard in there. I make Admiral Beckett Brass a Universes Within version of Marshall D. Teach, and I will run that deck. Give me Teach. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with a One Piece Secret Lair because I actually, this is going to be a controversial opinion according to the internet. I love Secret Lairs. I love Universes Beyond. I absolutely love the fact that I can slam down Optimus Prime against Ryu from Street Fighter.
I'm coming around to it.
Or I can play, I'm just trying to think of anybody else off the top of my head. You know, eventually I'll be able to have an Ezio commander deck. You know, Ezio being one of my favorite video game characters of all time. Being able to have him as a commander of a deck. Yes, please. And yeah, I do very much like, and plus it lets them make design choices they might not be able to make in a standard or even a commander set. Well, really, you can call them glorified commander sets. I've
been having my tune changed bit by bit because seeing them play with Suspend in a really cool way in the Doctor Who stuff, as much as I'm not going to buy it, has me going, okay, no, this is actually making them think in really creative ways. I stand by. I think, in my opinion, of all of the Magic product I've interacted with, the Warhammer 40k commander decks are the best game pieces they've designed for interacting with each other. As far as their ability to play as a set, we played like a few games with the unedited decks. They're some of my favorite commander games we've ever played. Like, I think they are perfectly designed to both to play together and as just decks. They are so good. And if that's the quality we can expect from Universes Beyond commander decks, I kind of am all right with them twisting up the worlds like this because holy fuck, is it good game pieces.
And I completely agree. I've played every single commander deck against them, like the sets ones, against each other since 2015. And I could not remember having as much fun as I did with the Warhammer decks. With every skill level of player too, played against players who've been playing for years, played against players who learned the game yesterday, right? Like, I just thought the decks were very interactive with each other. The flavor, I know nothing about Warhammer, but after playing the decks, I'm like, Warhammer is kind of cool though.
Yeah,
right?
You started watching some lore videos, right? Because you were like, I kind of want to know what these card stories are.
Totally. Yeah, no, and that's exactly it. It kind of sucked me into a little bit, which I think that I mean, I've been watching a lot of just David Tennant regardless, but the Doctor Who decks, I'm probably going to be like, oh, Doctor Who's kind of cool though, right?
And I've kind of taken this controversial opinion from MTG Goldfish boys, which is the more we get Universes Beyond sets, the more I realize maybe Magic's lore isn't good enough for me to be precious about. Like, it's fine. It's not terrible, but like,
No.
when it has to stand beside 40K and Lord of the Rings, I go, oh, there are actually settings I care more about the lore of that it's really cool to see in this game that I love.
Yeah. Yeah, when you put the Magic lore and story beside Lord of the Rings and you can't help but compare the two, you go, okay. Interesting.
Thank you, Cassie. This shirt is my budget Zoro cosplay. All right. I think we're done here,
Dr.
huh, Trev?
Okay. I think so.
What do you think of our Maelstrom Wanderer?
I love it. I think it's great. It's staring at me, mocking me a little bit.
It's mocking you because he didn't show up. You didn't cascade into him.
Nope. And that was the only way I could have won. And he decided not to show up. In fact, when the game ended, I took a look through my deck, and he was at the bottom.
He was
just hanging out.
Bottom card. You couldn't have done it. No.
Nope. Could not have gotten there. So, but I had a Maelstrom Wanderer deck years ago, and it won me a lot of games. So.
Oh man. Well, thanks everybody for being here. Happy to see everybody. I'm probably going to watch Spice 8 Rack's video because Magic lore isn't bad. I do like knowing about it. It's just like, it's no Warhammer 40K and it's no Lord of the Rings, but that's kind of comparing it to two of the best lore franchises to exist. So it's not like an easy battle, but like, damn, if you're going to invite your friends to hang out, you sure did invite ones over who it's hard to look good next to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a low-key, I'm gonna just agree with that just because, I mean, old Magic lore is crazy. A lot of stuff happened. There was literally, like, the world was going to end, and a planeswalker was like, nah, dude, it doesn't end that way, and rewrote the ending canonically so that the world didn't end.
I'm impressed by rewriting the universe. Thanks for being here, everybody. Thanks for being here, Trav. Do you want to plug anything on your way out?
Totally. I write for Commander's Herald. I specifically write the Cut article series. So if you or anyone you know enjoys deck building with challenges stapled on, feel free to go and check it out.
Alrighty. Until next time. Thanks for being here, everybody. I've had a blast. I'll see y'all next week for Drum Island on Mom Piece, and probably something after that I'll have to figure out before then. And until then, it's been lovely talking to you. And then we wait because there's a delay, and if I press end stream